Konnichiwa, everybody. Hello. Oh, wait, where's chat? There we go. Konnichiwa, everybody. Hope everyone is staying cool and hydrated from the heat because, oh my god, the heat is insane, chat. It's getting pretty crazy out there. Make sure that you stay away from the sun. Use sunblock when you go outside. Stay hydrated, get lots of water. Yeah. Oops. I had to like pull out a USB thing. Alright, chat. Before we start, I have to make a quick little announcement. At like 2 hours in or so, I'm gonna have to go and take an hour break for a meeting. But we're just gonna power through it. I'll leave the music on, but I'll just go AFK for a little bit, so that I can go to a meeting. Not thinking about the DVR, I'll go turn that off. So there'll be like an hour gap. Well, it depends on how long the meeting goes, but like if it's a full meeting, there'll be like an hour gap of just background music for a while. Yeah. You gonna leave the stream on? I will, because I'm just too lazy to make another waiting room. Chat, I just turned off my AC like as soon as I started talking, and it's already like heated. My room's already heated up like 3 degrees. It's insane. It is really hot. Like, oh my god, I can't. My brain stopped working. Oh my god. I have some coffee to try to keep me awake. Both iced and hot coffee, but I don't know if it's gonna work. At least with the break you can cool your room properly. I can't because I have to keep my AC off during the meeting, like if I need to talk. Also, it's really loud, so like I can't hear anything whenever the AC is going. So I gotta keep it off in order to be able to listen to the staff and Mana-chan and everything. But we'll see. Alright, chat. Today, our goal is to get through the rest of the game. And depending on the heat, I'm just gonna have to power through it. But I warn you ahead of time, my brain is not working today. I couldn't fall asleep until like 6 AM. And then I woke up at like close to 2. And the entire day, my brain has just been in a fog. So, it's a mood, yeah. Yeah. Oh, my eyeballs, chat. That's all good, it's all good. You really need to invest in a quieter AC. I can't because there are no other models for a quieter AC. Because every other model requires the compressor to be outside. And that requires modification of it's something I have to hang a AC outdoors, like out the window, but I can't do that because it requires like supports and I have to like drill things into the wall. So sadly, no. Oh, yeah. Trying to move to Japan. Oh god, I wish. I miss it now. It just feels worse being here after having been in Japan for such a long time. Not that it's bad here. I mean, well, no, it is pretty bad here. But like, you know what I'm trying to say, right? That's all good though. We'll figure it out. Alright, chat. Need to buy one of those room ACs. Those only work because I have a balcony and the compressor unit sits on the balcony outside of the house. I've run into the same problem. I can't put a compressor into the wall of the place I'm living in. I don't even know if I have like a ladder tall enough to even attempt that, sadly. The maintenance guy showed up with duct tape to install it. Wouldn't let me screw anything in. I'm not sure how much it trusts duct tape to hold a window AC unit. That's kind of spooky. Yeah, once you taste the good stuff. I thought you were tall. Shake my head. I'm not like multiple stories tall. Like, I would need like a scaffolding or something to get there. All right, chat. Let us continue. At last, we left off last time at the end of chapter 3, and now we're going into chapter 4. I can't believe you lied to me. Wait, when did I ever say I was multiple stories tall? Shinri is 12 stories tall. Just float off. Oh, easy peasy, right? I think my height is like 183 centimeters. It's not that tall. But it's okay. We just need to survive. We just need to survive this summer, and then it'll be better. Fall, winter will come, spring will be there, and it'll be good. I hope. All right. I hear chapter 4 is supposed to be the long one, so we're gonna see if we can get through it before 8. Try to get through the entire chapter 4 before the meeting happens. Let's go. Should be 200. Hanging in for the fall. Yeah, hopes and dreams of Halloween is what's keeping me going. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good in the autumn. Yeah. Shinri was in an unusually rotten mood that morning. Oh hey, that's relatable to this morning. There's something about waking up wrong that just ruins and sours your entire day. More accurate, yeah. He had slept very little. Hell hey! Why am I getting attacked so early? We just started. The eye bags, yeah. He had slept very little, and as soon as he finished his breakfast, he had been overwhelmed with a mountain of paperwork. He buckled down and gotten through the worst of it, but only his reward so far was a biting headache. Not nearly enough coffee, I say, as I look over at my 6 cups. He rubbed his temples in contemplation. Tossing his worn-down pencil onto a stack of papers, he decided to take a break. Ooh. Pretty. It would be a good time for a cup of coffee by the koi pond. Maybe even a little afternoon nap. And feels feeling ambitious. This feels more like a lake than a pond. But then again, I have great difficulty visualizing spaces. I think I already mentioned this, but if you say things like, oh, it's like a mile away, I don't know what that means. I cannot visualize a mile. If you're like, oh, you know, the gas station is 2 kilometers down the road, I'm just like, I don't know how long that's gonna take me. Because I don't measure distance in terms of space. I measure it in terms of time. Because Elysium is about time. I hate it. Things aren't like 30 miles away. Things are 30 minutes of a drive away. Like, that's how I see it. Use a banana for scale. That's a lot of bananas. Just some good, strong coffee, the warm sunlight, and the piteous sounds of a grown man crying. He would recognize that sad, wet cat energy anywhere. Gavis Bettel. Guys are really... Oh no. The guild's jester and secretary lay face down on the pier overlooking the pond with one arm dangling in the water. Shinri stopped in his tracks and weighed his options. If he walked away now, then... Shinri? But it was too late. Hey, what's up? It's not up, it's down. That's the problem. Alright. Well then, The situation was as clear as mud at the bottom of a pond, but the look of panic in the jester's eyes spoke volumes. Could you perhaps try explaining things in a way that would make sense? The book is book-colored. I dropped them. Them? Dropped what? The keys, Shinri, the keys! What am I going to do? No, not Bettel's ASMR keys. Questions only led to further questions. Shinri pinched the bridge of his nose. Well, that depends on what the keys are for, I suppose. Altair sent me to get supplies, but now I don't have the keys to the supply room or the supplies. I don't know what to do. He plunged his arm in the pond again and swirled it around the water, but the keys had sunk within its muddy depths, remained out of his reach. The koi in the pond were growing agitated. Some of the more courageous ones approached and softly nipped at the arms of the intruder. Bettel yelped at their touch, and they scattered. Incensed, he gritted his teeth and redoubled his efforts with a lunatic howl. You know, someone once said that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Yeah? Who came up with that one? Some idiot? Some dumb idiot moron? He resumed splashing around, much to the koi's displeasure. Shinri could all too easily envision the jester tumbling head over heels into the pond with a single-minded determination. But, in a way, his perseverance was admirable. God, I give up. Never mind. Look, the keys ring is made of steel, right? Just go down to Magni's lab and ask him to lend you a magnet. Bettel gave Shinri a patronizing smirk. Shinri, pal, how is a net gonna help? What? A magnet, Bettel, not a magnet. Oh, you meant a magnet. Shinri shut his eyes and inhaled deeply. Yeah. Yes, Bettel. That's exactly what I meant. That's a brilliant idea. This was far from the relaxing break that Shinri had anticipated. If anything, his headache actually might have taken a turn for the worse. By the by, I overheard that you were accepting the haunting quest. Heh, well, I might have some hot insider information about that one, since you were kind enough to help me out right now. I'm feeling kind of generous, and... While Bettel continued to yap, Shinri was sure he felt the afternoon sunlight fading. He wondered how much time he had left for his break, and how much more paperwork had piled while he had been away from his desk. So, what do you say? Sure. Okay. That's it? Just okay? Okay, Bettel? Hey, don't fall over yourself thanking me. His voice dripped with sarcasm, much in the same way his sleeves dripped with pond water. Oh my god. Bettel. Because once again, I thought I'd take some valuable time out of my day to help you with your silly little problems, but now I don't feel like it anymore. So how about that? Shinri peered into his mug and contemplated the void. Like his coffee, the void was dark and comforting, and it beckoned him. But the void was cold, and the coffee was still nice and hot. He took a sip. I should take a sip. You know what? That's fair. Of course it is. I'll just have to manage without your help. You'll just have to... Huh? Yep. I'm good. Wait, no, Shinri, you're not good. I think you need to hear this. I don't think I do. Shinri, please, you gotta let me help you. I don't know. What's in it for me? Shinri, please. I can hear his voice. Bettel's heart was really in the right place. Most of the time. Shinri almost felt bad for teasing him. Almost. Well, on second thought, I would be very grateful for any information you could give me. Yeah, right? You would, right? That's what I'm telling you. You need to hear this. Beaming with excitement, Betel gave Shinri the scoop. That was just the information on the quest board. Shinri couldn't help but laugh. Thanks, I'll be sure to keep that in mind, you know? You help me out often, in a lot of ways. Certainly have a unique perspective on things. Betel studied Shinri's face with mismatched eyes, then fluttered his lashes and gave a crafty smile. Alright then, I suppose I'll take that as a compliment. Seems like you're in a better mood now, at least. When I saw you earlier today, you were looking kinda beat. You really need to take better care of yourself, man. You are the last person I want to hear that from. But he had to admit that his mood had improved. Sometimes he wasn't sure which of the jester's antics were natural foolishness and which are part of a deliberate, calculated act. At this point, I kind of think it's both. Like, he's just is naturally foolish, but has embraced it, and he's just own it now. Like, it's just how he is. You know how, like, cats just naturally knock things off tables? Betel just is a wet cat. Yeah, well, tough. You know, we make a pretty good team. You and me. Now to get that magnet. Shinri couldn't disagree. It was kind of nice to have the pond to himself again. For a few minutes, at least. As Betel soon came galumping back from... Galumphing? Is that a word? Galumphing? Galumphing back, magnet in hand. Shinri, you're a lifesaver. I would never have figured this out without you. Saying so, he threw the magnet off the pier before Shinri could react. He didn't tie the magnet to a rope. Magnet fishing requires a heavy magnet, but you need to have a rope. It struck the surface of the water with a plunk, and they watched it sink into the muddy depths. Betel's eyes shone with anticipation. So, what happens now? We never found out. He just threw the magnet in there. Now the magnet is also down at the bottom of the lake too. After the excitement that was Yavis Betel, it was nice to walk into the quiet guild hall for once. Shinri approached the quest board and was easily able to find the request that Betel had mentioned. Please come to Old Town. We are in need of someone to investigate a possibly haunted house. It seems simple and direct as the first time he noticed it. Well, if it was important to Betel, he could certainly make it his next mission. Ooh. Look, hoisting a big chunk of magnet fall to the water, right? The town that he arrived at was small and a quiet one. The main street was mostly empty, so Shinri walked into a cafe. Ah, I like the little sound effects that you guys added. A lined, wrinkled gentleman stood behind a neat wooden counter, glass case displaying enticing pastries and desserts, sweet and savory alike. Hello, hello. Give us a moment, I'll be right with ya. I don't know what accent this is, but I'm really bad at accents. Can you eat magnets? You can, but they stick to each other inside your gut, which is bad because it pinches your organs. Would not recommend. Shinri needed a moment to interpret the thick Highland accent. Is it Scottish? No problem. Oh no, I can't do accents. He stepped inside and a quirky bell jangled as the door swung shut. A young boy's holler shattered the peaceful scene. Grandpa! The source of the voice thumped down the stairs and barged into the room. only comically shortened at the sight of Shinri. Three birds dinner what? Tall and inny? What is this accent? I'm not sure what the dialect is. The wee bairns dinner, whoa. Tall and inny? The little ones aren't, whoa. Tall one, isn't he? Hold your wish and mend your mouth, laddie. Zip those lip and mind your manners, young man. As the man scolded, a pile of kittens jumped and tumbled around the boy's ankles. Oh. One of them, a white cat with inquisitive blue eyes, disentangled itself and approached Shinri curiously. Couldn't help but stoop down and give the sweet small creature a few gentle pats. Ah, cats. Grandpa finished his task and wiped the counter as he smiled cheerily at Shinri. So, what can I do you for? What can I do for you? I was actually hoping for directions. Shinri rose to his feet so that he could show the quest paper. The man squinted at it, then recognition sparked. Ah, you're from the Tamper Guild, yeah? From the Tamper Guild. Guild Tempest, yes. Aye, that's what she said. That's what I said. Oh no, I butchered the accent. I'm so bad. I'm so sorry. I know there's someone out there who's like, that's not the right accent, Shinri. The door jingled and the shopkeeper waved to a new customer. Speak of the devil, ere be your quest giver, Brookie McGee self. Speak of the devil, here's your quest giver in person, Bookie McGee. What McGee? Shinri turned to find a slim man with a wry smile on his face. Johnny, I told you the nickname would just confuse newcomers. His expression brightened when he saw Shinri. You must be from the Guild Tempest. You can call me Brody. And don't mind the nickname. It's just because I studied abroad before returning as mayor. Shinri shook his offered hand. Just Suiji Shinri. Mind if I get some details about the quest? Of course. Once you finish your business here, I can explain things while we walk. Johnny waved him off cheerily, and the mayor led Shinri outside and down the street. What was it, the cats? Brody laughed. Ah, little Johnny loves to care for them. Most of the town knows and gives them whatever we stray to find, the money and goods to support their care. That's very kind-hearted. The town's a small but lovely one. We're also struggling financially, which brings me neatly to the case. I have investors, ex-residents who propose to turn the town more touristy. We need the help, and they're trustworthy lots, so we agreed to use a country house as a starting point. And it's a large part of this town's history. But whenever they send people there to start renovation, some beastie drives them out. Unfortunately, the house is smack dab in the middle of our plans, no matter how we twist it. It's been sitting empty for nigh on 20 years. Bad business for any town, really. So I have two options. Demolish a historic home, which no one wants gone, or get rid of the cause. And that's where I come in. Aye, your job is to rid us of whatever Faye has taken root. He extracted a key from his keychain and handed it to Shinri. Follow this path to the hill. The house is at the top. Watch yourself. If you need anything, my office is yonder building. Waving away Shinri's thanks with an affable smile, he nodded farewell and made his way back up to the street. Oh my god, chat. It's already climbed up to like 80 degrees. Hang on. I'm gonna turn my filter on. It's getting real hot again. Why is it so hot? The summer, chat. I camp this summer. It is a very pretty house. It's nice and cozy. I get scared when like the roofs are that big, because all it takes is one small slip and then you tumble all the way down, and there's nothing in the way to catch you besides like that small mini roof. Like, that's the only place that you might be able to catch. Why are you on the roof? Because you have to do repairs and maintenance every now and then. You can't just leave it up there like that. What are you doing on the roof in the first place? I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, if I ever end up in a situation where I'm on the roof, it's pretty dangerous to be there. Never mind how or why I'm there. It's just the fact that I am there. It's like when you have a dog and like they end up on the roof and you're like, what? How did you get up there? We don't have ladders. What? Or like when you're playing, is it? I never played, but I've seen the memes of Red Dead Redemption and the horse, Roach. How Roach just ends up in like the weirdest spots in the game. And like half of them are on the rooftop of houses. And you're like, how did a horse get up there? And then it's just vibing. Oh yeah, in Witcher, that's the one. I've never played those games. I've only seen the memes and I like barely know of them. I should try them. I should try playing those games. Do we have perms for them? I think we have perms for one of them. I only know the bathtub meme. Wait, bathtub meme? There's a bathtub meme? The only bathtub meme that I know of is, this isn't a beach. This is a bathtub. What are you doing here? That's the only one that I know about. Alright. Okay. AC off. I'm gonna power through it a bit more before I have to like turn it back on again. Shinri found the house. Close enough that it was still part of town, but far enough to give it a sense of an isolated peace. It was an ideal landscape for cultivating a bit of country tourism. The building itself was stolid gray stone, dark shingles and dark wood frames, surrounded by a low wooden fence. Within the fence was a riot of colorful flowers, swaying grass, and a verdant wild that waved him up a winding path towards the low stone steps of the house. I wonder if this is supposed to be like a B&B? A bed and bath? Like, for tourists to come and check it out? That could be nice. The house seems a little small though. Yeah, it's probably too small for a bed and bath actually. Bed and breakfast. That's the thing. Yeah, there we go. Bed and breakfast. Bed, Bath and Beyond is that's a store. That's a retail chain. My brains got crossed over with the door swung open easily when he unlocked it, revealing a neat interior with wooden floors, carved furniture, and tasteful wallpaper. There's a little cat plushie. It's really cute. It was so clean that it practically gleamed with polish. Shinri stifled his disappointment at its normal, ghost-free appearance. Yeah, it looks just like a regular house. But the homey interior was a welcome comfort after a day of travel, so he carefully wiped his shoes and entered. As he wandered inside, Shinri thought it looked like the perfect cottage home, with its multiple rooms and well-equipped kitchen could easily accommodate a small family. The most distinctive feature was an outset window in the sunroom, the sill large enough for someone to sit on. This is really cute though. I wish sometime in the future, if I ever get the opportunity to own a home, I want one of these. Cause like, this would be the perfect place to have a little cat bed or like a puppy bed, and then just let your pet just sit there in the sun and just bask in it. Like that'd be the perfect spot. That'd be so cute. Bay windows, yeah. Turret window. On it was a pillow with a stuffed animal carefully placed atop it, decidedly out of place with a meticulously decorated home. Seeing a nearby picture frame, Shinri picked it up and examined the photo. Aww. That's really cute. Oh. Did this family live here? Oh, this is cute too. He replaced it and turned his attention to the stuffed animal. It was a child's toy. Soft, worn, and well-loved. Perhaps it belonged to the boy in the photo. He patted its head. As his finger touched the soft fabric, he felt a gust of cold air. He stiffened and whirled, but the room was empty. What I would give to feel a gust of cold air right now. A loud creak echoed through the house. Several doors slammed, and the thick window drapes whisked shut, encasing him in darkness. I would be spooked if it were not for the fact that I also do this routine where I close my window drapes and turn off all the lights because I'm a streamer and I don't like having glare on my monitors. So I plunge my room into darkness. So I'm just like, feels like home. You're a gamer. I am a gamer. I cannot deal with just the glare from the lights outside. I hate it, you know? Went from wholesome to spooky real quick. No, it's gaming time. The only thing we're missing is like LED fairy lights, like RGB fairy lights on top. That's the only thing we're missing. Cthulhu, welcome back. Okoi. Thanks for reaping the membership. When you're no stranger to migraines and you need absolutely zero light. Exactly, right? Head pat the poltergeist to be like, how'd you know I was having a migraine today? Thanks for helping out and closing all the lights off. Ooh. He blinked, vision adjusting. The door before him creaked open, revealing a darkened hallway. Cautiously, he accepted the invitation. To be honest, no one has... I'm trying to think right now. Has anyone ever, like, invited me into their room? Like this? No, I can't think of any. No, this would be like my first time. Sure, I'll accept the invitation. The streamer in a streaming cave. The hallway was markedly different. Oh no, you better not haunt me. The walls are cracked with torn and peeling wallpaper. Warped and ill-fitting floorboards creaked with every step. Wait. The only thing missing is like a frigid breeze just coming in through the rafters. He slowly walked through the darkness, deliberately choosing a direction away from the entrance, and finally found an unlocked door. It swung open with the creak, revealing more blackness. Feeling along the wall for a light switch, he flicked it with a mental prayer. Above his head, the light struggled to life. Of course it was a dim bathroom, and of course the light was flickering. You'll need to do better than that. The air froze around him. A faint hissing voice echoed eerily. What do you want? Are you the one chasing people away? I am simply protecting. Protecting what? Silence. Shinri tried piecing together the small clues. Is this related to that photo? Get out. The voice became stronger, colder. The bathroom door flung open and he stumbled as a force pushed him out. Oh, was it occupied? My bad. A single candle flared in the hallway, showing him the way out, but the source of the voice remained hidden. Wait, that's kind of romantic. Candlelights? Do you know how much effort it takes to like set up all those candles and light them all? And do you know how fast you have to do it? Because you can't do it like slowly. Because if you do it slowly, the first candle you light starts to burn away by the time you light the last one. So you gotta like coordinate that stuff. There's actually a horror game with the ghost in the bathroom that just tells you to shut the door when you open it because you scared him. Oh, that's kind of scary. Who's the family in the photo? He persisted. Who are you? Why should I answer when you're obviously here to get rid of me? What? We just want to chat, that's all. The force strengthened, pushing him down further down the hallway. He managed to grab a door frame, resisting. Look, I just want to help. I don't need any help, especially from an exhibitionist like you. Hey! It's just a uniform. I don't have a choice in this. Exhibit. Out. A cushion came flying at his face, followed by a flurry of objects, pillows, blankets, empty boxes, and even a child's ball. Shinri reflexively dodged the last, but his grip weakened, and the gust of air shoved him out the front door. The sudden daylight blinded him for a moment. I am not an exhibitionist. His protest fell upon deaf ears. Then go put on a shirt. With those hollered words, the door slammed right in Shinri's face, bonking his toes and barely missing his nose. See, even ghosts know. Even spirits can recognize it. He hurriedly left the garden and took a breath, processing what had just happened. Setting his dress code aside, the clean and polished house, the ability to change the interior, and a manipulation of the household objects confirmed at least one thing. He was dealing with a house fairy of some sort, although he wasn't exactly sure what it was. Maybe now would be a good time to go back to the guild hall, check the library, and review his options. After a quick stop at his room for a cup of coffee, Shinri made his way back to the library. He scanned the walls of books and carefully made a selection, remembering Vesper's advice. Initially, Shinri was confused. Looking through the information on house fairies, it did not seem as though it lined up with his experience. Then his reading slipped into a section that seemed more promising. Bold Empath, thank you with the super. Shinri has 2 shirts now. I have 2. I'm really happy about them. The Silkie, a type of brownie. Brownie? Like the pastry? Tasty. It's a guardian fairy that focuses on a property such as a particular house or homestead, rather than the family that lives there. Named for the gray silk that is often featured in their clothing, a Silkie does tasks for the family that lives in the home, such as lighting hearths and cleaning the house. Oh, wait, that's really cute. Oh. Cthulhu, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Can we get some hearts in chat for Cthulhu? Thank you, thank you. Imagine if that's how cults worked. Like, instead of some, like, ominous, like, oh, we give worship to Cthulhu. I don't forget what the text was or how I pronounce it there, but it's like, oh, you know, like those, like the chanting and the stuff, right? Instead, we're just like, oh, look, it's Cthulhu. Thank you for the memberships. Thank you, everyone. Let's shower Cthulhu with some hearts. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks for the gift of membies, Cthulhu. Like, oh my god. Like, I think that would be much better. Like, it would be, the cults would become more well received, you know? Because we can be modern, you know? Oh my god, it's so hot. Okay, AC back on again. Filter back on as well. Oh my god, chat. Why do I have to live in a place where the air hurts? A brownie is a Scottish spirit, so is the Silkie. Wait, I didn't know the brownie was a spirit. I thought it was just the pastry. Okay. Iced coffee is gone. Now we only have hot coffee left. It's gonna be all right. No eating spirits, but what if it tasty? Bro, it's literally Patrick and Sadie's dough. The Girl Scout rank called Brownies is named after the spirit. Can't fully remember the details because it's been many years since I was a brownie in Girl Scouts. Oh, wait, that's kind of cute. I thought it was the snack, so I was like, I can understand why there would be a rank, like, I don't know, cookies, brownies, pies, and like cakes. I don't know, like 3-tiered wedding cake. I don't know how fancy pastries could go. I guess you could go like eclairs and croissants, and then like chocolate covered croissants. Croissant. Someone involved in making the name the brownie, maybe. Huh. That's kind of cool. I don't know what the brownie spirits are like though. I want to learn more about them. Pastry scouts, yeah. All right, AC off. Oh my god. It can only cool down like 1 degree. Named for the gray silk that is often featured in their clothing, the Silkie does tasks for a family that lives in the home, such as lighting hearths and cleaning the house. Sounds like an unpaid, like, maid, butler. Do they have a union? They may also leave gifts of tied flowers in public areas of the house. That's really cute. What? Do they just really want to help out? That's really adorable. To keep a Silkie happy, the family living in the house might provide cream or honey poured in a bowl left by the kitchen hearth. Is that all? That's all they... like, I will give you, like, the fanciest cream. The most expensive honey. Wait, that... Aww. Cream and honey can't be good though. Like, you also need fiber. It can't just be cream and honey, you know. And like, where's the protein? We need to make sure that the Silkie is eating a full and like balanced diet. On the other hand, naming a Silkie, even done out of kindness, will only agitate them. Then. Huh. Is it okay to name this Silkie a Silkie? Just like, who's that? Oh, she's Silkie. She is a Silkie spirit. We just call him Silkie because, like, is that fine? Or is like the intent of a name enough to be considered a name? Like, if we say like, oh, that's my ghost maid, my ghost butler, like, is that a title? Would it count as a name? Would it make them mad? We can't even call this sweetheart? Oh no. I guess you would have to get very tricky with it. So you can be like, would you like a candy, sweetheart? But like, it's a comma. You have to add in the comma. So it's like, would you like a candy, comma, the candy being a sweetheart candy. But you're not actually naming them sweetheart, you know? Like, you gotta be sneaky with it. You gotta add in the comma. Like, would they follow rules? Like, could you sneak in a pet name like that? While a happy Silkie may provide much joy and comfort to a family, a Silkie displeased is not to be trifled with. An angry Silkie may do any number of things, ranging from spoiling milk and food to behaving as a poltergeist, throwing things and destroying property. Yeah, like, would you like some honey? right? It's just, would you like some honey? Offering honey, the food item, right? But it's also like a, if you add the comma there. I feel like all the silkies should come with an instruction manual, or like at least like a quick like crash course tips guide. You know how like when you get like an iPhone, or when you get like actually just any device nowadays, like phones, headsets, or whatever, right? They always come with like a little booklet that like how to use it properly and how not to use it. Like, please don't do this and that. Like, at least give us a warning, you know? Because I'm pretty sure that like, if without the warning, the very first family that probably had to experience a silkie thought it was amazing and wanted to name it out of affection, and didn't realize it would cause such a negative response. Because like, it's kind of in like human nature to give names to things that they appreciate, you know? So it wouldn't have been like an intentionally malicious action of trying to give name to a fey spirit, but just, it's in culture, it's in like just the human nature to want to give names to things. That's why we name pets, that's why we name plushies, you know? Like, even if they don't have a name, we want to give them a name to give them that identity. So like, there has definitely got to have been some kind of a misunderstanding at the very beginning when they didn't realize, oh, this thing that we do, the things that humans do, like naming things, we do it out of affection, can be interpreted as a very bad thing. You know? Named my car. Yeah, like people just name things. And it's like this really cute thing that humans do. I don't know, like, how to, I mean, that sounds weird. It's a cute thing that we humans do. We people do. There we go. Yeah, we people, humans, and other humans, like to name things out of affection and appreciation. Yeah. Almost excluded yourself there. Almost. Why would I exclude myself from other humans? Yeah. Yes, we humans. Oh, hey. Yeah, we have a meeting in an hour. I'm gonna try to get through chapter 4, and then I want to go AFK, but leave the stream on, and then you guys can listen to the background music. Caw caw. We gotta come up with a thing. We gotta come up with a thing. Hello, Haka. Hello, Hakitos. Konnichiwa. We are going through If Monsters Why Cute, which is a visual novel that the Kois have put together for my birthday. And if you would like to check it, do you guys do Koinami though? I know, but like Battle has like a honk honk, battalions are like honk honk, and then the Hakitos are like ka ka, and then Makiruns just have a breakdown. They do like the Pomni thing where she just kind of has a breakdown. But like we have Pop Pop. Oh, we do have Pop Pop. Octavio is Octoparty, but do they have like a sound though? Do they have like an onomatopoeia that works for them? Because honk honk and caw 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 caw, we go pop pop. Yeah, I think the pop, it would work better if we could use the emotes for like the, if we can have like that like emote, that'd be great. But they don't even have a body. I hope they're not mannequins. I hope there would be like really cute puppets. Do you know what part of me wants to think? Part of me wants them to be like ventriloquist puppets. But I know he's not a ventriloquist. But I think ventriloquism puppets are kind of funny. Because they have such personality. Akio, thank you for the super. Humans pack bomb with everything. I mentioned Minesweeper robot before. Testing was discontinued for being inhumane. No. I know that they have like mind-sleeping rats and stuff in certain countries because the rats are very sensitive to like the explosive chemicals, and even those rats get names. Like it's really cute, quirky thing that humans do. I don't know how to describe it. It's funny, like when you think about just like humans in like the collective, they do really cute things. Like, did you guys know there was this one photo called "The Day the Earth Smiled," where was it the Voyager? I don't know if it's the Voyager. It's like a space shuttle, a satellite that people threw into space, and then on a specific day at a specific time, everyone on planet Earth was told to look up into space because the camera would turn around and look at Earth and snap a photo. So like everyone kind of anticipated and they're like, all right, now, and they all looked up and they all smiled. And like, would they individually show up on the photo? Of course not. But like the collective idea is like just so adorable. It's so precious. It's so cute, you know? So like, humans as a collective can be cute sometimes. Yeah, I believe the photo is called "The Day the Earth Smiled." And like, it's like, my heart. So cute. Sounds like the start of the analog horror and they all smiled at the same time. Ooh. Wait, I'm not familiar with that one, but that one sounds cool. Alright, wait, we gotta keep going. We can't. We only got an hour to finish as much as we can before the break. To appease an angry Silkie, it is suggested to provide appropriate gifts, then to abide by the Silkie's wishes over time. Do the Silkies communicate? Like, do we know what the wishes are? One such gift might be to provide cool cream churned by the light of the moon in a bowl on the kitchen hearth. Does it have to be reflected off the moon? Or does it accept any moon that's like, or any light that's reflected off of a reflected surface? Because could I just get like a flashlight? Like, could I just do it during the day and explain to the Silkie, like, I know you say moonlight, but like technically the moon doesn't give off light. It's just got a really bright albedo, so the light from the sun is bouncing off of it. The moonlight is magical, but like, I can't stay up that late. I mean, I guess with my insomnia, I probably could. What are you up making chocolate pudding at 3 in the morning? I'm making chocolate pudding at 3 in the morning because I've lost control of my life. Providing inappropriate gifts or providing gifts in an inappropriate manner may have disastrous results instead. This is actually pretty applicable to anything, not just a Silkie. This is a, you know, the second part here, providing gifts in an inappropriate manner. Like, it's how you give gifts too, not just like the fact that you do or don't. Mood. Shinri continued to read, just in case he missed any crucial details, but that passage seemed to be the crux of the matter. He replaced the book and headed out to the general store. Shinri arrived at the general store with the usual fanfare, a quiet but packed shop and a silent mannequin wearing a top hat. One day we're gonna get him. Attempted to talk to the mannequin. Did not respond. Did not respond. Did not respond. It remained still, did not respond. It remained still, but did not respond. One of these days, we're gonna get it. One of these days, it's gonna move. I know it. No, it's all the same stuff. One more time. Did not respond. Okay. We're gonna get him next time. Shinri looked around for a bit, trying to find the foodstuffs. He was surprised to see just what he was looking for sitting near the register. A carton of moonlight churned cream with a very small note stating magically chilled to perfection. Elysium? That's... Wait, that's really cute. Elysium. Ginger Snaps, thank you for the super. Happy belated birthday. So happy to have found you in the koi pond. Hold a special place in my heart. Love you so much. Hope you had an amazing birthday. Thank you. I did. Well, like, half of it was spent in an airplane. But still, it was a lot of fun. I just enjoyed having a good time with it. So thank you. Cream. I bet you the fun part here is that, yes, that's Bettel's hat. But I can guarantee you right now, I will bet you that Bettel has no idea how cream is made. He knows what milk is, and he knows that butter maybe kind of comes from milk, and he understands that milk can turn into cheese, but he won't know what cream is or how to get cream from milk. Like, I guarantee you. In fact, I'm not sure. I think if you gave him a milk and like one of those butter paddles, he still would not be able to put the two together and like understand that you can get butter from just whole fat milk. The kid is so cute. Yeah, the cow is really cute though. The little heart. Oh. Ask him during the meeting. Bettel doesn't understand water boiler was for. Right? It's for boiling what? It's not in the name. He'd be confused and probably break the paddle. He would think, yeah, he would do something else with the paddle. He can just shake the container and make butter. The thing is, I don't know if he'll have the patience to shake it long enough to make butter or even notice that things are happening in it. He'd probably just shake it up and then he's gonna be like, now I have a milkshake. And then make a joke about that because he had milk and he shook it, so it's a milkshake, ha ha ha, right? And then he would put it down. And then I don't think he would ever progress to the point of actually making butter. But I want to see him try. I want to see him try. Oh my god, we should give him like a gallon of milk, a cup, one of those butter, the beaters, right? Be one of those. And then like, we should add in some other tools. Like a syringe. Oh, we should give him a pair of scissors. That's what we should do. Imagine how confused he'll be when we tell him, here, make some butter. And then we give him a cup, a pair of scissors, and milk. And he's gonna genuinely think that the milk or the scissors have something to do with it. He's like, why would you give me scissors if I'm not supposed to use it? And he's gonna like be so distracted by the fact that there are scissors there that he's gonna actually try to cut the milk. I just know it. I just know it. I want to try that now. Like, include tools that aren't actually used for the process of making things, but present it in a way that makes it seem like he should be using the scissors for the milk in some way. Off collab. Oh god, when will we have the time? Magically chilled to perfection. Shinri pulled a few coins from his bag and left them at the register with the mannequin before making his way back out of the store. Ooh, oh, I love the color purple. Arriving at the college well after midnight, Shinri held his breath and inserted the key. The door unlocked with a soft click, and he found the interior restored to its former charm. He quietly slipped inside and made his way to the kitchen. With the help of the moonlight shining through the open windows, he should be able to find what he needed. Save. Yeah, we should save. Did you save? Yeah, I did save. It's down there. But like, they're not a cat, so it can't be a bowl or a plate. But you also don't just drink cream straight up out of a cup. But then like, eat the plate. Eat the plate. Throw the cup. No, break the cup. Break the cup, eat the plate, and then serve it in a bowl. Silkies are built different. I want to teach Silkies how to use cutlery and utensils. I drank heavy cream as a kid. I was born too late for the milkman thing, where like there's cream on top of the milk that you get served because it's like fresh. Straight up guzzled it because Chelve was built different. I would get so bad, like, stomach problems if I did that. Okay, I know it's gonna be a bowl of cream, but like... Is that it? I drank cream. Out of bowl? Okay, we'll do the bowl. Because I figured that the plate would be very difficult, and then the cup would just be too much. I guess bowl. Alright. Next up was... sunroom. In the middle of the night. With a foyer. Imagine having a house big enough for a foyer. Imagine owning property. Okay, go to the kitchen hearth. Oh, to be rich, right? And lastly, wait for the silky to appear, pour the cream, use the cream in my coffee. Midnight coffee. Should we do midnight coffee, chat? Wait, I want to save. I want to see what happens if I use the cream in my coffee. Let's find out. Shinri tucked himself into the deepest shadows of the room and quietly waited. This is the path where I die from lactose intolerance. The moon had tracked its way well across the sky, and he found himself fighting off a sudden wave of drowsiness. Rubbing his eyes, he squinted into the darkness. If nothing happened soon, he might have to give this up as a lost cause. A faint click was the only warning he got. A sharp, blinding impact across his skull made him cry out in pain, surprise, and he tumbled to the floor. Clearly, he had offended the Silkie and would have to try again another night. Wait, she was really cute, what? Wait. Okay, go back. Do I just die? Was it a silk blanket? I don't know. It was like a hoodie? Okay, pour the cream. But where? Where is it pouring? This almost gives me like Fallout 4 levels of like dialogue where it just kind of gives you like a rough like general direction of what you're gonna say, but then the actual words they say are completely different, and you're like, wow, that's a lot meaner than I expected it to be. I didn't plan to be that mean, but what the heck, you know? Sarcasm. Cream. Okay, let's go ahead and pour the cream. I'm going to hope into the bowl. Shinri tucked himself into the deepest shadows of the room and quietly waited. His first hint of success was a glint of coppery hair, followed by brown eyes, wide with excitement at the unexpected treat. Oh, what? The Silkie peeked from around the corner and darted in, crouching at the hearth, hands gently cupping the bowl. Oh. She was smaller than expected. Layers of fabric came together in an elegant dress, and her copper hair glowed with the moonlight. But then she brought the bowl to her lips, and the illusion of fey elegance shattered. She slipped from the bowl loudly. Shinri couldn't decide whether to laugh or facepalm. He cleared his throat, and the Silkie paused her noisy drinking to regard him. Oh my god, it reminds me of that one meme a while back where it was like people were showing like videos of like their boyfriends and their like girlfriends eating food, but it was specifically eating like onion rings and chicken wings, so like bar food, right? Like before, they're like super elegant, they're so suave, they're like all dressed up fancy, taking like photo shoots, and then it cuts to them just like double hand, face in the food, just like sauce all over, devouring onion rings, and they look like gremlins. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's how you know you found, you know, that's how you know you found a good one. Because they just feel comfortable to just kind of go digging into food like that and enjoying it. Not everything has to be for like social media, you know, like, oh, it doesn't have to be perfect all the time. You're allowed to go and just stuff your face full of chicken wings and onion rings and French fries and any kind of bar food, any kind of finger food, really, you know? When is it my turn? I want that. It's the one they go on a fancy date, then eat a giant greasy burger in a tux. God, imagine. That'd be kind of cool. I would not be able to afford the rental fee for a tuxedo and then also the dry cleaning fee, but man. Wait, but this is really cute. Who doesn't devour food like that? Like influencers? They don't do that. They try to make it look really fancy, like they live life perfectly without ever getting messy and gross. Aww. God, I love that expression. What? No, nothing. Just glad to see you're enjoying it. Aww. The flowers glow. She decided not to answer. A few noisy minutes later, the bowl was empty and received her full attention. You're the first to have been brave enough to return. Oh, that purple now. Oh, I had an idea of what you are. They didn't dare face me themselves, so they sent an expert to remove me. He couldn't say she was wrong, but didn't want to say that she was right either. I'm here to meditate. Or I'm here to mediate. May I ask why you were chasing them away? She examined him, but it seemed that his offering had gained him her favor. It was clear they planned to make changes to my home. While I normally don't mind, the sunroom is off limits. Why? That must remain until my friend returns. The child in the photo. Her eyes brightened. Did he capture your attention as well? I mean, they looked like a happy family. The way she phrased the question confused him. But she was already speaking again, her voice dreamy and eyes distant. He was my best friend. After 100 years of service, I slept and was woken by him. He was so very sweet and accompanied me in my chores. I helped to care for him and prepared meals for him. Sometimes the family would hold picnics in the garden and we would watch him chase butterflies. I even shared my cream with him. Shinri blurted, interrupting the Silkie's reverie. What? What? May I look at the photo again? She considered it. Very well. They entered the sunroom and the warm light flickered on. Shinri picked up the photo. Isn't he beautiful? His lovely blue eyes, his white fur and fluffy tail. Ah. How long have you been waiting? It's been approximately 22 years since this home was emptied of its last family. Have you ever tried looking for your friend? A Silkie is tied to her home. I cannot venture beyond its boundaries. I see. He carefully picked through his words. I'm not sure if you know this, but cats don't age the same way that humans do. She looked up and tilted her head in confusion. But he was the same age as the human child. He hesitated, battling with himself. I'm sure humans are already very short-lived in your eyes, but cats are even more so. Her eyes widened. They are? Unfortunately, yes. He spoke as gently as he could. I'm sorry to say this, but your friend has probably already passed on. She gazed at the stuffed animal. He thought it was a child's, but now he realized that it must have belonged to the cat. I would like to be alone for a while. Shinri quietly left the room. What was it like to find a friend after hundreds of years, only to discover how short-lived he was? Perhaps if she'd been able to leave, she would have been able to realize sooner, or find new friendships to ease her loneliness. But she was trapped, waiting for something that would never happen, unable to move on. A thought occurred to him then. If she couldn't go outside, why not bring the outside to her? Under the bright afternoon sun of the following day, Shinri spread out a large cloth in the soft grass, and drew out the items that Johnny had prepared at his request. The Silkie watched, bewildered as he opened boxes and arranged their contents in a picnic basket. Sweets and savory pastries, cakes, scones, and even a flask of tea. What is all this? Well, I figured since you can't leave your house and premises, I'd bring the outside to you. There's one more, though. Wait here. Little Johnny was already outside the gate, a box in his arms. As Shinri took it, it seemed to vibrate. Thank you. The boy gave him a toothy grin and a mock salute that then dashed away. Shinri brought the box over to the garden and placed it on the blanket. It wiggled as he set it down. What is that? Open it and see. She flinched when the box wiggled again, but then she pulled the flap aside. A white paw poked out from the gap, followed by a furry head and wide, inquisitive blue eyes. Oh, it's a cat. Wow. Oh. Entirely unfazed, the cat peered regally around before planting her paw on the edge of the box and examining the picnic spread. If you don't pick her up, she may go right for the food. The Silkie hesitated before drawing the cat from the box and placing her on the grass, where she promptly got distracted by a butterfly. She looks just like... Well, after asking around, my guess is that she's a descendant of your friend. For a long moment, the Silkie was quiet. Both of them watched as the cat explored her new territory. I had forgotten that you creatures are so short-lived, and I am different from you and yours. A distant tinkle of wooden bells reached them, carried on a soft breeze that made her hair sway. Her dress seemed brighter in the sunlight, as if highlighting her otherness. For hundreds of years, time was an endless river, distant dream that passed me by, and a soft paw woke me from that dream, and a new life touched my own. It was a sudden bend in the river, one that made me forget my duties. The cat finally grew bored of chasing a bee and came back to Silkie, who scratched up behind her ears. I keep my home and protect it from harm. Families come and go. Most don't see me. Some gift a bowl of cream and thanks. I'll pass on, but I will keep them in my memory as a keeper of this home. She looked up at Shinri. Although there was a glint of tears in her eyes, she had a gentle smile on her face. I am a Silkie, and I will continue to do my duty. Thank you for reminding me of who I am. The moment was interrupted when the cat meowed loudly, butting her head imperiously. She giggled and resumed the head scratches as commanded, making Shinri grin. He picked up a scone and passed it to her. Well, I have an idea that you might like. It took a week to find the right people and put together a plan with help from Johnny, Little Johnny, and a few others. At last, he found Brody at his office. I've managed to solve the issue. Shinri drew a box from his pouch and opened it to show a scrap of fabric from the mayor. It left this behind, but there are a couple of conditions for the house to remain ghost-free. Conditions? Don't worry, they're favorable for you, and they'll definitely help with your plans. I've already spoken to Johnny about it. He loves the idea and wants to do it, with your approval. Brody scanned the documents Shinri gave to him. If he already agrees, then there isn't much I can say, but why such a specific condition? Let's just say the house is particularly attractive to a specific fairy, but this will keep it quiet, and you won't have to demolish the building. You thought this through then. Thank you so much. The mayor seized his hand in a vigorous handshake. I'll work with Johnny and get things started right away. I'll also send payment to your guild immediately. There was no problem at all. If any issues crop up, you know where to find me. Before leaving town, Shinri took one last look at the house on the hill. It seemed brighter, and he knew that the Silkie was already subtly preparing the house for its new life as a cat cafe, run by Johnny and his grandson. Well, a cat cafe, oh, that's really cute. Okay, so yes, the house is a little bit too small for a bed and breakfast, but I can definitely see it as a cafe. Oh, cute. He'd come and visit another time, see how she was faring with her newfound life. Shinri collapsed on the bed for a few moments before sitting up and sighing. Everything had worked out so well, but he was always worked himself too hard on these missions, and now he was bone tired. Still, Shinri had to admit that he was low on funds again from all the shopping he'd been doing on his missions. Well, there was one way to fix that. Streaming. Shinri booted up the computer. The screen lit up, revealing a cute possum background. Shinri reached for his headphones and prepared to stream. Chat, are you guys telling me to stream more? Is this like a subtle jab at like, Shinri, you should stream more. You should stream a bit more. Stream more. You're streaming every day this week, but no, I gotta stream a bit more than that. Begin streaming. Shinri began to stream with as usual, with a gentle konnichiwa. Interactive chat with a few minutes before getting into the meat of the stream. Streamed an emotional indie game. Every koi was crying by the end of the game. Oh. Stream in your dreams. No. Shinri ended the stream with a koyasumi, and everyone left satisfied. With that, Shinri prepared to sleep so he could adventure again in the morning. Yeah. Chapter 5. Wait, that was really cute. Okay, I want to bring my AC back on. Man. I think more stories need to be shared about the why of ghosts and spirits. I think like, cause not, you know, the old like tale, I guess, about evil spirits is that they're just evil, like evil for the sake of being evil, you know? Like, oh, why does this thing snatch away children? And it's like, oh, it's because it's evil, and that's why you should listen to us when we say don't do that. You know? Yuria, thank you so much for the 16 months of Quady. Thank you for re-upping the membership. Does its perks leave it open-ended? Yeah. You have more of an understanding of things are, at least. We do now. Like, I remember, like, talking about some of the folklore stuff about, like, how back then we didn't really have things like cell phones, you know? We don't have a way to, like, keep in touch and communicate with each other very effectively and on short notice. So back then, like, if someone, you know, ran off into the woods, into the forest alone at night, we would have no idea how to get in touch with them or how to contact them. So it's easier to tell kids, you know, don't go into the forest at night because there are evil spirits there who will snatch you away, and therefore scare them into staying home so that, you know, we don't have to worry too much about kids, you know, running off into the woods with no ability to even contact or find out where they are. Nowadays, with phones, it's a bit easier because, you know, they can just, you know, hit you up and be like, hey, mom, dad, I'm going to go to the mall. Well, I don't know. Do Zoomers even go to the mall anymore? Is that a millennial thing? I feel like malls are kind of dead because the last time I've been to a few malls, they've been empty. But like, you know what I'm trying to say, right? Now you can just say like, hey, you know, I'm going and you got my location. If you need me, just like, I'll send me a text or something. Things like that. A lot of mistakes that kids did back then were fatal. Yeah. Post 2020 malls are dead. I'm so sad. In other countries, okay, that's true. The malls here in Elysium are pretty dead. It's not a good idea to go in the woods in the middle of the night. Definitely easier to assure someone's still safe if they do decide to do that. Right? Exactly. But like, I don't know. I want to know what kind of... I'm a little bit sad, I guess, because on one hand, I love folklore stories. I love the culture behind them. I love like the historical, like, reasoning behind that, like the anthropological like studies behind folklore. I love that. Nowadays, it feels a little sad because we know so much more about things that it doesn't really open up any like avenue for this kind of folklore. You know, like, don't go into the ocean very deep. Why? No, it's not because of giant squid. It's not because of like a super shark or, you know, some crazy underwater creature. No, it's not because of that. It's because of the pressure. Like science. Science says don't go that far down because we don't have ships that can go and survive that much. You know? Things like that, right? Like, there's no more like that mystery. Yeah, exactly. There's no mystery behind it. Knowledge is blessing and a curse. Sadness. We're still discovering new species of the ocean. We are, but they're not like mythical levels of cool, you know? Like, I love the idea that because of the square cube law, that sea creatures are able to grow significantly bigger than you can on land or in the air. Which is why you have like whales that are able to eat like multiple cars. Like, that's how big they are because of the square cube law. So like, I want to see a giant squid, but the thing is, it's a giant squid, but it's still just a squid. So it's gonna vibe, it's gonna chill. It's not gonna be like opening rifts and summoning demons from the underworld, you know? Like, it's just gonna do what a squid does, but it's just bigger. Which is cute and adorable. I love it. But it's not so mythical, you know? Like, it's not that cool. It's just cute. Is how I'm trying to, like, it doesn't make sense to me, you know? I'm a little bit like, meh. Where's all the myth? Where's all the mystery nowadays? In folklore, there's a certain mall dressing room kidnapping women as food. I want to try like the elevator game and like other modern stuff. Like, I think is it a Korean one? A Korean folk story? Where like, if you go into an elevator and you make the elevator move up and down specific floors in a specific order, there would be a woman that like enters the elevator, but you're not supposed to look at her or talk to her. And she will ride with you for an additional couple of floors and then get off at another floor. But at no point are you ever supposed to interact with her. But if you successfully manage to get through that, the last floor you get to will open you up onto a floor that takes you to the portal to the underworld. And I kind of want to try that. I think it'd be fun. I want to like slap a GoPro on myself and just be like, hey guys, gonna go to the underworld today, come along. And then we do the elevator game. Are you trying to get a date? No. You can't really ask them out on a date because it'd be like trying to ask, I don't know, the floor people at like Best Buy, you know? Like they're coming up to you to ask if you need help because it's their job. They're not actually flirting with you. They're just being nice because they're employees, you know? That's why you don't flirt with them because they're just trying to do their jobs, you know? Like it's like the receptionist, right? Like, yeah, you like hit them up, small talk if you want to do that, right? But don't actually expect to be able to go on a date with them because they're just being nice to you. Like they're nice to everyone. It's their job, you know? Yeah, ma'am, this is a Denny's. Please just order the Grand Slam and take a seat. Okay, we have 30 minutes. Oh no. Wait, chat. Give me a quick moment. I'm gonna bring the AC back on and I'm gonna go to an idle meeting real quick. I'll be right back. Wait. Hello, Chad. Yeah, I'm back. Joe Feather, thank you for the gifted memberships. And happy birthday, thank you for the super. Thank you. Wait. Okay, chat. On account of the heat wave, I don't think I could turn my AC off for too long because my room just overheats really quickly. So we're gonna try to read this next portion here with the AC on and the filter on too. Wait. That's a short meeting? We haven't had the meeting yet. The meeting is in like 20 minutes. I don't know what we're gonna talk about. I'll leave a thing there. Yeah, our meeting is in 20 minutes, so it's not for a little bit. All right, let's go. Shinri studied the quest board. Today, at first glance, there were many options, but after reading a third request for help with what seemed like a washing laundry, he began to wonder. He knew these requests couldn't all be people hunting for cheap labor. Some had to be adventure-worthy jobs, or Shinri's guildmates would have set the board on fire by now. He kept looking through them until a scrap of dirty parchment caught his eye. Taking it down, Shinri saw soil staining what had been crisp folds. Had this once been a fan? Someone stepped on the once high-quality paper, flattening and grinding it into the dirt. The other side was relatively clean, except for some very splotchy writing. Something hinky had happened to our graveyard. It started with arcane sigils, then cat and demon tracks and glowing eyes. Now our dead are attacking. Please send help. Shinri wondered what cats, demons, and the dead had in common. Pocketing the job listing, he thought some research at the library was in order before he could offer aid. On the other hand, he was low on supplies, so maybe he should stock up first. Either way, he had work to do if he was going to help these people. As he left, Shinri was struck by a thought. Had the paper fan come from the grave? Were the stains from its cemetery dirt? Had the living or the dead made the footprints? Huh. I guess we'll find out. Shinri went to the guild's library hoping to find Vesper. The resident librarian's encyclopedic knowledge of everything contained in the room was a perfect resource. But Shinri didn't see his guildmate. Instead, several magmites and besties were together to shelve what appeared to be a colossal pile of books and organize a pile of notes. Clearly, the great Magni Desmond had started a grand research project. Again. Shinri was sure that he didn't want to know what it was this time. Though he understood why Vesper wasn't around, this much disarray at his library was probably given from a migraine. He was probably resting somewhere with a cup of tea. Or attempting to kill Magni. Shinri decided he wasn't going to find out until he heard screaming. While he'd been mulling over all of this, a Vesti came over to see what he needed. Shinri watched as he seemed to be reading the paper he held in his hand. Then the curious Vesti returned to the others. Shinri watched in fascination as the Vesties and Magmites appeared to hold a brief debate amongst themselves before a particular book was pulled out of the towering stack, nearly squashing a Magmite in the process. Aww. The Vesti who'd approached Shinri came back with him with the book. Thanks. I appreciate the help. Vesti bowed and went back to the others. Shinri took his book up to the table out of the way. The book was thick and heavy. How had the Vesti carried it so easily? Shinri set the book on the table, spine first. It opened to a spot bookmarked in the page above Magni's notes. Shinri squinted, trying to read his guildmate's handwriting. He could only make out a handful of words. One was the name of a place, which was the same town where Shinri was headed. The others seemed to be two questions. Bakeneko or Nekomata? How many tails? Shinri grimaced. Magni had been hitting the copium again. His handwriting was almost impossible to read at the best of times. this was something else. And that many question marks is probably a violation of several laws of grammar. Field reporter spared a moment to sympathize with Vesper as he rubbed his eyes. He set Magni's notes aside and looked up the terms Bakeneko and Nekomata. Shinri appreciated the clues, even if the handwriting was going to give him nightmares. Bakeneko were monsters that had once been cats. With their powerful supernatural abilities, they could possess humans, manipulate the dead, and shapeshift. They could speak and dance like humans. Ooh. Monsters that had been cats. Certainly fit the description from the job board. Shinri made a note. Shinri made a note to thank Magni and kept reading. Nekomato are also monsters. They came in two varieties, one of which lived in the mountains and ate traveling humans. The other kind had once also been a cat, though it walked a far more malicious path than the Bakeneko. That kind of Nekomata used necromancy, controlling the dead by dancing. Darker and more malicious than Bakeneko, the Nekomata also shapeshifted and spoke like humans. Ooh. The most reliable way to tell them apart was by counting their tails. Bakeneko had one tail, Nekomata had two. This was true even in human form. But Axel has three. What does it mean? Shinri considered this. If the town requesting help wasn't terrorized by one of these creatures, the only way to assess how much danger they were in was to find the creature and count its tails. He's not a cat, he's a dog. He still has tails. Yosuji Shinri had everything he needed when he left the guild hall. The town requesting the help was only a few hours' walk away. That would give him the time to think over his plan. Shinri. Aw, it's Fleon. Shinri looked around. He didn't see Fleon, but he could hear the pilot clearly, which meant one thing. He looked up just in time to catch Fleon as he jumped from a tree. Oof. Fleon laughed. I knew you'd catch me. One of these days, you're gonna make a beautiful pancake on the pavement, Machina X Fleon. Shinri tried to sound stern, but he knew it was useless. Fleon gave every appearance of believing he was indestructible, or in or out of the Arches. True to form, Fleon ignored Shinri's warning. Where are you off to, Shinri? Do you have a job? Shinri gave up for the moment. Yep. I'll be gone for a few days at least, I think. Try not to burn down the guild hall while I'm gone. He held up the request from the job board to Fleon to read. Fleon read the request thoughtfully, then he looked up at Shinri. That isn't that far away, but they've had a lot of flooding, right? I don't think it's safe to walk there. What do you mean? I saw it while I was up in the Arches. After all the rain, a dam burst, and that town is flooded. The cemetery is at a lower elevation than the ground. You might have some trouble getting around. Shinri agreed. That made his job a lot harder. That is a problem. Thank you for telling me, Fleon. Fleon snapped his fingers, greeting at his brilliant idea. Of course. They're really lucky in a way, though. All that flooding and no one was really hurt. Hey, I know what. The Arches is too big for that town. We totally obliterated trying to help. Let's take C1 and C2. We will be there in no time. And you won't drown in corpse mud soup. Fleon spoke as if it was obvious that the problem was too tiny to be worthy of the mighty Machina X Fleon. Shinri knew Fleon hadn't meant it like that. He hid his grin. Shinri might have winced at the phrasing, but Fleon's idea was a solid plan. This way, they would be able to get close enough without ending up exhausted, filthy, or injured. That is a fantastic idea, Fleon. Thank you for the help. Let's make things much easier. Let's do it. I wondered, corpse mud soup? Could you get you know how they're like mud masks for like your face? Could you, if you got one, but the mud was infused with corpse juices, Would that help? I'm sure there's gotta be some kind of a benefit for it. Think of all the nutrients, you know? A few minutes later, the two landed at the cemetery grounds. I'll be honest, I expected that to take a lot more time. Shinri was proud that his voice wasn't shaking as he smoothed his hair down and fixed his windblown clothing. Yeah, people used to eat mummies. Contract nasty diseases. You're not eating it, you're just putting it on your face, you know? Wasn't that right? Just leave it to me. Fleon could achieve incredible speeds with just the control panels. Shinri was just proud he'd held on, otherwise his guildmates would be scraping him off the landscape. They travel as the crow flies, or rather, as Machina X Fleon flew, taking hours off travel time. But huge clouds, thunder rumbling had rolled in, and sat just overhead. Fleon kept the control panel skimming a mere 5 feet off the ground at a speed that would have Shinri struck to a tree before the guild hall was out of sight. Fleon's reflexes were uncanny. He had seen every branch, root, rock, and creature, even when Shinri couldn't see because everything had been flying by so fast. He was impressed. Terrified out of 5 years of his life, but impressed. And happy to be alive. You were right, and when my stomach catches up to us, I'm sure we'll agree. Sorry, I forget that not everyone can handle that much speed so easily. To his credit, Fleon really did look apologetic, almost near tears. That could be the windburn, though. Shinri grinned in reassurance when Fleon looked back at him. It's fine. We got here before another storm broke, and I didn't end up slogging through the rain. Thank you. Fleon laughed. He stopped abruptly when the corpse popped up from the water-saturated ground with the wet shloop sound and a ragged groan. It reached out for them with bony hands. Oh no. The control panel responded to Fleon's thought, whizzing both guild members out of harm's way. The corpse didn't leave its grave. Neither the floodwaters or mud touched it. It laid back down like a cranky elder whose nap had been disturbed. What the heck is that? Once the casket closed, mud and floodwater quickly blanketed it from view. Soon, only the headstone gave any sign that the corpse was there to begin with. Fleon looked like a scaredy child for exactly 10 seconds, then he grinned excitedly. That was so scary! Oh my gosh, let's do it again! Shinri put his hand on Fleon's shoulder, making the other man pause. Hold on, let's think this through carefully. Remember, we're here to fix problems, not cause them. This graveyard has already had enough disturbance. Well, sure, if you want to approach this logically. And the pilot accompanied his mutter with a pout as he crossed his arms over his chest. He plopped down into the cross-legged seating position on his control panel, freeing himself of Shinri's grasp. Shinri considered the scene before them. The cemetery was indeed flooded. They couldn't make up the graves themselves, just the tops of the headstones poking out of the water. There was no way to tell which graves had angry zombies ready to attack. They needed to be cautious. In addition to the storm clouds, a strange mist hovered overhead, obscuring visibility. Shinri made his decision. We need to go forward carefully. Why? If we just zoom across, we'll be able to get to the other side of the village before any of the zombies grab us. That's so much easier. We can't be hasty, or we'll cause more damage than the flooding has already done. We need to respect the deceased. To Shinri, it made sense. These weren't just random horror props that people had. These weren't just random horror props. These people had been loved. They belonged to someone's family. They were part of what he'd come to protect. Fleon narrowed his eyes as he studied Shinri, considering. Then he broke into a broad smile. You're really something special, aren't you, Shinri? Okay, we'll do it your way. Huh? What makes you say that, Fleon? Shinri felt confused. Fleon had been upset, or at least annoyed, just a second ago, hadn't he? Why is he grinning now? Sometimes you do things that reminds me you understand more than just normal human things. It's like everyone knows you're a good guy. You're Shinri, right? Everyone's dad. But then you do and say something that goes a hinting at all your hidden depths, letting us see you. I appreciate it as all. It's like that. Thanks? Flayon bounced to his feet. Right. Forward. Carefully. But not straight, because we know that's a zombie. Should we go left or right? Shinri weighed his options. There was a 50-50 chance, wasn't it? But something was telling him to go left. A subtle tug, as though there was a gentle hand pulling at the edge of his coat. Let's try going to the left a bit. Left it is. Flayon guided them to the left, then forward. Nothing stopped their progress. Only when they made it over the headstone did they sigh in relief. Left had been the correct answer. The far side of the cemetery, where the land began to slope uphill, was just barely visible through the haze of the mist now. Only a few more rows. We can do this. Which way should we go next, Shinri? Shinri looked at the row of graves in front of him. There was a gap in the line of headstones that stretched far off into the mist. Did the gap mean there was no headstone there? Go through the gap. Let's see what happens. For science. Please stop spending so much time with Magni, Flayon. Aw, you're no fun. If you can't crack jokes in a terrifying graveyard full of corpse soup and zombies, are you even a member of Guild Tempest, Shinri? What would Bettle say? Bettle would be screaming. I don't think he would say anything. He'd be like, what's going on? What is that? What's that noise? I expect you to be mostly screaming. There it is. There it is. Yeah, he would mostly be screaming. But Haku would agree with you. Yeah. Even chat knows. Even the coins know. He would just be screaming. Nothing happened as they passed carefully through the gap. Another row down. The far side was closer now. They faced the next row, only 2 or 3 more. Shinri could see a figure dancing lazy circles in the slope. Or was it just swirling mist? I love that about Haka. Left or right? Shinri took a deep breath, waiting for the tugging sensation again. There was nothing. Oh, he had 50-50 odds, right? Right. Righto. Flayon guided them to the right. As they approached the submerged grave, a screaming corpse popped up, splashing them with mud and water. Yelping in fear, they retreated. Not right. Just like before, the corpse retreated into its casket, and the mud and water folded over the grave as if spectral hands tucked the body into bed. Wait, that's a cute visual. Aww. They just pop up, and then after you leave, you're like, okay, you're not bothering my grave anymore, so I'm gonna go back to sleep. No, not right. Did you notice, though? Notice 10 years of my life running away? The boy had yarn for hair. What? Yarn? I think I know what's going on. Take all the left choices or gaps, Flayon. I'll keep watch. If you say so, Shinri, I trust you. They passed the last few rows without mishap and finally reached dry land. The mist grew no thinner, but Shinri could clearly see the silhouette of someone dancing. Who goes there? Why are you causing so much trouble, huh? Flayon, wait, we don't... The dancing shape retreated. In the cemetery, sound of graves splashing open could be heard. Flayon, leave this to me. I need you to check on the villagers. With the Archer's control panels, you can help anyone trapped by the floodwaters. What? Please, any of us can fight, but I can't use the control panels. Fine, but only because you're right. I'll be back as soon as I can. Thank you. Hello? Is anyone out there? My name is Josuiji Shinri. Shinri stared out into the mist, wondering what was out there. If he had sent Flayon away and this was a Nekomata, Shinri might be in real trouble. He called out again. Hello? My name is Josuiji Shinri. I'm a field reporter, former Rona of Guild Tempest, responding to a request for help in this area. Does anyone need assistance? Ronin. It's been a while since I've come across one of those. A shape approached in the mist. Shinri could see a slender figure and long hair. The voice gave him no clue as to who or what was in front of him. However, he couldn't even discern their gender. All he could tell was that they moved like a dancer, which wasn't reassuring in this context. A figure shorter than Shinri emerged from the mist, clad in a tiny ankle-length coat and wooden clogs impervious to the mud. Silky hair hung loose around alert cat ears. Aww, cat. Cat, wait, but I'm allergic. Oh no. They're so cute. The little fang. My name is Josuiji Shinri. One would think a Rona would know better than to carelessly give his name to the creatures in the dark. Who knows what we might do with it? That sounds... One eye gleamed a vivid emerald, the other shining a bright gold. The coat tied at the waist almost completely enveloped the diminutive form, save for their sockless ankles. Aren't your toes cold? You don't have socks on. Excuse me? Sorry, it's just that it's really wet out here and... Aren't you here to vanquish me? I'm evil, aren't I? I don't even know you. How can I decide if you're evil or not? Pardon? Do you want me to? No, but since when do humans ever ask what a monster wants? Shinri wasn't going to admit it, but he was having fun. He couldn't tell the creature's gender, but their voice got deeper the more annoyed they got. That was interesting. It is being time. Yeah. Okay, chat. I want to go and mute myself and mute everything except for the music. But I don't think it can be this music. I think it's got to be just background music. Put that away and then there we go. All right, chat. We'll be back in like an hour or so, and then we're gonna finish this tonight. I'll be right back. Hello, chat. Sorry about that. I am back. Whoa. Okay. Whoa. That was a meeting. Oh my god. Sorry that took so long, chat. But we're back. Alright, where were we? Hope it wasn't too tiring. It was, but that's okay. We'll figure things out. It's all gonna be good. Yeah. It's gonna be good. Alright, where were we? Also, hello chat. Hello VOD gang. If you guys are back after like 2 hours, surprise. Hope everyone is having a good day so far. Thank you for being patient. Hope you had the air conditioner off for a bit. No, I've actually had the window open. Should be cool enough that cold air comes in, but it's like, yeah. Alright chat, let's go. Let's keep going. We're gonna try to finish this tonight. The creature turned in a slow, counterclockwise circle, sweeping a white paper fan through the air in a graceful arc. Just like that, Shinri could see clearly around him. Fitz, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you. Can I get some hearts in chat for the gifted membership? And Gui, thank you for the super. After meeting spicy coffee funds, thank you. I actually don't have any spicy coffee with me because I got rid of all the ones I had left over before Japan, and I just have not had a chance to go buy more. So right now I have no spicy coffee. Maybe for the best, but alright, let's keep going. Headstones were chipped or broken. The shed for tools and equipment was painted garish colors and half collapsed. Trash littered the path leading into the cemetery. You were protecting the cemetery? I thought so. You're a bakeneko, not a nekomata. Can you tell me your name? Jojo, thank you for the super spicy coffee fun, thank you. You can call me Hakusho. Written with the characters for White and Fan, right? Pleased to meet you, Hakusho. How did you know I was a bakeneko? I hid my tail. Shinri smiled at the abrupt question, remaining polite. Hakusho crossed their arms over their chest, tapping one foot on the ground. Their toes had a downy layer of fur. Fur. Furry feet. So that's why they weren't cold. And now that they weren't hiding, Shinri saw their tail. White and very fluffy, waving like a banner in the breeze. Their ears were fluffy too. Shinri did not ask to touch the fluff. He wanted to survive the encounter. He answered the question instead. Maybe Hakusho would let him scritch behind the ears. When my friend and I talked about respecting the cemetery and being cautious, you told me which way to go. When we joked, you didn't. So what? A more evil creature would have steered us wrong no matter what and tried to hurt us. But you're not using necromancy. Not really. Hakusho's tail froze. If I had to guess, someone was vandalizing the graveyard and you didn't appreciate it. So you used your power to scare them away, and to save the graves when the flood came. The bakeneko turned, hair sliding down to hide their face. In profile, the curve of their cheek and neck was quite delicate. They were blushing. If I could be evil if I wanted to be. Do you want to be? No, I just wanted them to be respectful. Humans are so cruel and crude, all the time, especially to anyone or anything smaller than they are. It's exhausting. Did something happen? Do you want to talk about it? He watched as the Bakeneko stared at him in disbelief. Hakusho's face went through several expressions very quickly. Hakusho's mismatched eyes were intense. Shinri thought the side with the golden eye was slightly softer and the lips more plush. Do I want to talk about it? On the side with the green eye, the cheekbone was just a bit sharper, and the chin was a little bit pointier. I'm willing to listen if you want. If not, no pressure. Aren't we supposed to be fighting? Because I'll be honest, I expected smiting. A lot more in the way of pitchforks and torches. Wouldn't that destroy the cemetery? Hakusho's jaw dropped, revealing dainty fangs. The tail puffed out and lashed back and forth indignantly. Cute, Shinri thought. Why don't I help you clean up? What? I'll help you stand the shed back up and anything else we can do right now. Then, I promise, I'll speak to the townsfolk on your behalf. No need to fight. The Bakeneko considered this, chewing on their lower lip, then nodded. I want the vandals punished. For upsetting the graves. And the shed. That wasn't the flood? None of it was the flood. Not the chips in the headstones, not the missing headstones, not the graves missing bodies. Missing bodies? Hakusho glared at him, as if Shinri caught the Bakeneko saying more than they intended to. He considered, thinking back. The body with yarn hair. That wasn't a real corpse. The Bakeneko nodded. Greedy men started raiding the graves for jewels and eventually entire bodies. I didn't notice right away, not until I stopped them when I did. Bringing the vandals to justice was fair to ask. Alright. We'll do our best to make sure that doesn't happen. We'll do our best to make that happen. He didn't miss the brief look of happiness on Hakusho's face. They were really kind of cute with those fluffy white cat ears and such pretty eyes. Well, we should clean up before your friend comes back. You'll need to leave soon after, yes? Oops. Huh? Oh, right. Let's get to it, before it gets too dark. Ah, I forgot. Humans can't see in the dark. The white paper fan appeared in Hakusho's hand. With the slow twist of the wrist, small lights bloomed overhead, dispelling the gloom for the darkening storm clouds and the fading sun. Shinri looked up in amazement and grinned at Hakusho, and they covered up the golden-eyed half of the face of the fan. A green-eyed man regarded Shinri with consideration. Hakusho? The Bakeneko lowered his fan. The androgynous cat-eared creature with the mismatched eyes was back. Let's get to work. It took very little time for the two of them to stand the shed up and reinforce it so it would stay upright. Hakusho had been gathering supplies for that purpose. Hakusho showed Shinri what needed to be done. The cemetery sign had fallen into the floodwaters where they couldn't reach. They gathered up the trash. Shinri documented everything, including the list of disturbed graves and the damaged gravestones Hakusho had made before the flooding. Soon things were as tidy as they could be. Thank you. My pleasure. Where do you live? Can I walk you home? Hakusho hid the green eye with the fan. Shinri found himself face to face with the golden-eyed woman. Are you sure that's wise? You've already given me your name. Everyone knows names have power. Now you want to walk to my home. Her voice was different, lighter. I trust you. Hakusho lowered their fan. Has anyone ever told you your self-preservation is set to 0? No, chat. No one's ever told me that before. First time I've ever heard about it. Never, no, not in my history, ever. The forest was quiet as Shinri and Hakusho walked deeper into it, but Shinri didn't get a bad feeling about his surroundings. It was peaceful. How long have you lived here? Hakusho walked beside him and peered at Shinri from the green eye. When he answered, his voice was deeper. All my life. How long is that? Hakusho shrugged, a ripple of muscle similar to cat stretching purely because it wanted to, and not because it had been nudged into moving. As long as the life of a gravekeeper, his son, and a grandson. You were the gravekeeper's cat. I was my own cat. I hunted for the gravekeeper. The townsfolk were supposed to take care of him and didn't. He shared what little he had with me first, though. He sounds like a nice man. I was born pure white, which is ill-favored enough. But I wasn't chased out as a bad omen until my eyes changed from a helpless kitten's blue to one green and one gold. And this was taken as proof of my malicious spirit. He didn't care that I was a misfit. I think he was one too. What about a son? Abandoned on his doorstep in the winter for having a clubbed foot. Really? Hakusho nodded, thinking. I don't think he was anyone from here. He didn't smell like this place. And after spring thaw, there were some unfamiliar bodies to bury. That's sad. The gravekeeper's grandson was a little boy who wandered here on his own 2 feet in the summer, and they took him in right away. I caught 3 fish for them. Where are they now? The gravekeeper is in his grave. He was very old and died peacefully. My son and grandson were chased away soon after. I don't know where they are now. The trees grew closer the farther they got from the town. It was cozy more than anything else. Shinri noticed glowing motes in the distance that winked out as soon as he saw them. Hakusho saw him looking and leaning close, tugging at his sleeve. Don't be beguiled by the lights. They're there to trick humans away from my home. Is that necessary? Did the townsfolk come this far into the forest? Often enough, usually chasing one of their own. Lately, looking for their demon. They're scared. They don't know any better. He said the words, but sounded doubtful even to himself. Hakusho's fan appeared, waving in the air as Hakusho spun. As if conducted by the movements of the fan, the mist gathered together, forming visions in the mist. A wizened old man, wrinkled as a winter apple, sat on a log, folded a piece of white paper on his knee until he had a fan. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. Shinri watched as a man showed the fan to a kitten, who sniffed and batted at it. The cat's fluffy tail fluttered in the wind. The man matched its motions with his fan, laughing. That man did his best. The white fan in Hakusho's hand made an abrupt reverse as they, too, spun the other way, switching to the opposite foot. The old man was truly ancient now, bruised and lying in a bed of leaves. He smiled at 2 larger, shadowy shapes and 1 tiny white shape, closed his eyes, and faded away. Shinri watched as angry people ran at them, hurling stones and insults at the 2 shadowy shapes, who hobbled away behind a standard tree that was there. He watched as 1 stone caught the small white shape, and the white shape was gone as if it had never been. Hakusho stopped dancing, the fan disappearing. Can you explain that? I don't know. I'll have to speak to the other humans, the townsfolk. But what they did wasn't right. Well, if you can explain it, I'd be curious to know. I'll do my best. And they stood in the clearing where the visions had appeared. big enough to dance in. A circle that was more or less perfectly round, made by nature. That's more than I ever expected from any kind of human, even one touched by something other like you. What do you mean? I could keep you, you know. I'm sorry, what? Keep me? Hakusho just smiled wistfully. You offered to listen, and I took you up on your offer. After all, here, an exchange. Oh, you don't need to give me anything. I was just doing my job. His hand extended anyway. Hakusho's fingers were warmer than his own, and soft as kitten fur or duckling fluff. Hakusho put a white paper fan into his hand. This one had wood protecting each end and a tassel at the end. I make them, in his memory. The fan changed as it moves from Hakusho's hands to Shinri's. Oh, that's really cute. The fan sprouted a river that flowed across the folds and bends. A koi leapt above these waters, scales all but glowing in the gloom of the forest. It was beautiful. Hakusho. It's imbued with a warding charm. You need a way to get back safely past the foxfire after all. And you have 0 self-preservation. Consider this a gift. Hakusho leaned in close, leaving a quick kiss on each of Shinri's cheeks, then disappeared into the forest. Aww. Your friend is looking for you, Josuiji Shinri. Nabakaniko's voice seemed to come from all around. Shinri couldn't see them at all. The fan, though, glowed faintly when pointed away from the town. See you soon, Hakusho. Shinri turned back the way he'd come, wondering what, exactly, he was going to say to the others. The way back seemed shorter than the way in. Could already hear Flayon. At least I have proof they were real, and I have to give them a report, so I do have a reason to come back. Behind him, he thought he heard the purring of a cat. Aww. Cute. Alright, chapter 6. Let's keep going. Aww. Shinri walked into the guild hall, fresh off his morning coffee, and went to inspect the quest board for missions. There were still a few questionable missions left. Laundry? Why? But his keen eyes noticed a small piece of parchment that had not been yet chosen. Please help. A giant snake is endangering our village. Oh, that seems simple enough. Dangerously simple. Shinri wondered exactly what he was getting into this time. Ooh. Sweat dripped down Shinri's forehead, hurried along by an unhelpfully humid breeze. The wild, vine-strangled greenery around him shrieked with unseen inhabitants. The river running beside the dirt road snaked its way through the trees and out of sight beyond its steep banks. A perfect place for unexpected encounters. Shinri readied his bow and slipped an arrow from his quiver, knocking it on the bowstring. The villagers had asked him to find a giant serpent, after all, and Shinri didn't want to be caught off guard. Air grew quieter as he inched down the path, interrupted only by the eddy of water winding its way through the dense rainforest. As an aside, chat, my bow that I have right now is a 65-pound recurve bow. Wait, no, not 65 pounds. I think it's 64 inches in length. I think it's like 70, 80 pounds. I forget the exact number, but it's like a lot of weight. You know how in movies people like take a gun out and they point it at people's face and be all like, do what I say or I'm gonna shoot you, grr, rar, right? And you know how in like movies, archers will draw their bow and like point it out at the person, and then pounds. Oh no, I don't mean like it's 80 pounds in weight. I mean in 80 pounds in like draw force. Like when you pull it back, you need to pull it with like 80 pounds of force. But I'm pretty sure it's not 80. I think it's... I forget. My first one started out with set 65, I think. That's where my numbers are getting... I have to go double check it again. But yeah, you don't want to be holding on to that, because your back muscles get very, very tired very quickly if you just hold it. So like pulling back and drawing an arrow and then like pointing it at someone's face and being all like, do what I say, or I'm gonna, like, you're gonna get it, right? If someone does that to you with the bow and arrow, just chill. Just wait until they get tired, because they're only gonna be able to hold it for about 5-10 minutes. So just take it easy. Just let them get tired, right? But yeah, that it doesn't, you can't threaten people with that because you get tired very quickly. Continue to my arms are getting tired, you better spill those secrets. Oh, there you go. There you go. You can trick it up, trick them. Don't never I'll loop like that. But yeah, thank you for reopening the membership. That point's better for the back to just hit someone with the bow itself. Yeah, exactly. Just whack him over the head. Literally set them on the timer. No, but the problem is if you exhaust your stamina, then you can't draw the bow again for a while because you need to recover, so. But yeah, it's not easy to do that. That explains why you're in the front line with your bow. My back muscles. If we could only see my back muscles, Chad. My shoulders, yeah. Shank him with the arrow. Even in the ceaseless choir of birds and humming insects seemed to fade. The warm air pressed in on his senses, stifling him. He tightened his grip on his weapon. Ducking into heavy foliage, he peeked around, trying to pick out any danger. His eyes came to rest on a large, unnaturally smooth rock in the river. The rock twitched, and Shinri tensed, freezing in place. His eyes tracked the surface of the large rock, unusually glossy in the light that pierced the dense foliage above. Odder still, the shape was sinuous and layered, as if intertwined with itself. He realized then he wasn't looking at a rock, but the coil upon coil of scale and muscle. Oh, the snake is eating. Oh, it's all curled up. It's like bundled up. It's eating. Eepy snake. A snake. It was a giant snake. The giant snake, probably, if the villagers' tales are to be believed. The hairs on his neck rose. His heart rate spiked. Snakes can be fast, and one this large would be deadly for obvious reasons. However, it hadn't noticed him yet, so he scanned the snake's body, seeking a weak spot. But the creature was oddly still. Its breathing was shallow, and it visibly tensed every now and then, as if flinching. He quietly edged around the foliage. He quietly edged around the foliage for a better view and quickly found the source. The snake had an odd wound on its upper body, clearly visible in the morning light. It was not an injury from steel or fang. Light blue strokes marked the flesh in an odd circular pattern and glowed with a dull, magical energy. You could feel a cold air radiating from its marks. His own marked hand twitched, as if in response. Distracted as he was, he missed the branch by his foot, and a loud snap filled the air. Oh, wakey, wakey. The giant snake immediately raised its head. Its gaze fell unerringly on Shinri. It reared up further, hissing. He wasn't sure whether caution or sympathy stayed his hand, but instead of attacking, Shinri slowly lowered his weapon and backed off a safe distance away. The two regarded each other in complete silence. Just as Shinri was about to back away further, the snake's mouth opened. It speaks. What? Art thou an interloper to this sacred stretch of water under mine own protection? Shinri stared, flummoxed. Of the many possible outcomes he'd expected from the situation, Talking snake was not one of them. On top of that, on top of the many languages that he expected from a talking snake, butchered Old English was definitely not one of them. Thou, there is a different air to thy breath. Where others breathe heavy with greed and malice, the air that comes from thee is pure and welcoming. Thanks? Shinri rubbed his chin, suddenly conscious of his own breathing. I do try to brush after every meal, so, what brings you here? The snail coiled back warily. Prithee, get thee some manners. Thou wouldst ask thee first, yet offer not thine own name? Is the entire conversation going to be like this? My name is Josuji Shinri. I'm a Ronin from Guild Tempest. I was sent here for a quest. Although from the looks of it, the circumstances seem a bit different from what I was told. Would you mind telling me who you are and what happened? The snake lowered its head, tongue flickering as if it were trying to taste the air for lies. For a moment, it deemed Shinri's query sufficiently polite to warrant a reply. 'Tis a tale of tarnished identity. I am a Naga, serpent and man in soul and body. Our ancient kin declared kings and queens amongst us, while ancestors of thine coaxed horrid flame fires in cavern maws. I was a great warrior of renown, a willing servant of a sovereign will. Sarpalata, my egg title is, scion of the great house of Lata, guardians and river rulers from mountain lake to sea mouth. Shinri was starting to regret his question just a little. Rather than crawl such a distance, we must cover it by current, assuming forms of serpent to sail rivers swiftly. Yet in such forms, a Naga is quick to cold, for the blood in our veins cannot warm itself by movement. Thus to travel long, we rest on sunny riverbank and give us warmth and life before we carry on our travels. Alas, 'twas in this form I was trodden upon by washerwomen of the village. Sunning I was, quite pleasantly, and with no care for any business but my own, when they came and trampled upon my body. As I rose to reek them, they shrieked and scattered as quickly as a school of noisy fish, and shortly after Shinri coughed politely. And when Sarpalata looked at him curiously, he seized his chance. Okay, let's stop there. You know, I think I know the rest. And they called the guards, you got wounded, and now you're trying to recover. The Naga's eyes narrowed. Though thine assumption be crude, it is not the least incorrect. Did they give you that injury? Shinri nodded at the odd-looking wound on the snake's upper half. It didn't look man-made, but it was obviously recent, and you could sense an odd energy exuding from the markings. Sarpalata tensed at his question, coiling tighter. Ronin you may be, but without the eyesight of thy kin. It shifted restlessly and went strangely quiet. I'd like to help if I can. At his offer, Sarpalata eyed him but didn't immediately reply. Was there a reason he was so reluctant to have his help? Shinri pressed on, gently coaxing. It's clear that there's more to the story, and you're not in any state to move around right now, so maybe I can be your arms and legs? At the very least, we can get you patched up so that you can defend yourself if the villagers come your way again. As a gesture of goodwill, Shinri put his weapon away and found a log to sit on. Could feel his joints creaking as he lowered himself onto it. Oi. The humidity in this rainforest was really going to be the death of him, or at least the death of his back. Thy marked arm, 'twas the doing of others or thine own. The abrupt change in topic made Shinri blink. He raised his arm, self-consciously. This is a result of my own failure, but also a mark of my persistence. The words slipped easily from his lips. He had made peace with his past long ago, wandering the tunnels beneath the hollow tree. Although the memory slipped from his fingers now, he could still hear the sudden rush of rising water as he desperately fought the other Shinri. He shook off the memories. Anyway, I was fighting some monsters when I got this arm. A long time ago. Why do you ask? Sarpalata shifted restlessly and did not immediately answer. Shinri waited patiently, until the Naga made an unexpected comment. The mark I suffer is curse similar in nature to thine arm, and its power keeps me bound to this serpent form. Realization dawned on Shinri. You thought that maybe I was connected to whatever gave you that injury. Only a fool would betray one's own weakness to the enemy, and the paths I traveled, fools are short-lived indeed. You can understand the Naga's caution now. I see. And this curse is stopping you from shifting into your other form. It had never occurred to him that the image of a rapidly nodding snake would be so funny. He had to stifle his laughter. Luckily, he was saved from having to speak when Sarpalata shifted, coiling back into his original position. The wound steals my energy. I grow weary. I must rest. Oh, Eepy Snake. Eepy. Right, of course. I'll try to think of something. My thanks. The words barely made it out as the Naga slipped into a fitful sleep. Shinri decided to let the creature rest. Setting aside the issue of the Naga's curse for a moment, he looked around and decided that now would be a good time to visit someone familiar, who was hopefully nearby. Shinri trudged along, following the dirt road that closely hugged the irregular terrain of the riverbank. According to the directions Hakka had given him, the Hakkafe was just over the next incline. Not quite a hill, but big enough to hide the river and the path from Shinri's view. Reaching the top of the path, he finally spotted the Hakkafe and wondered if Hakka's common sense was still intact. The Hakkafe was floating on the river. Anchored to a nearby riverbank, of course, but still floating on a raft that seemed to be constructed of bamboo and fervent prayers. Shinri contemplated the odd view for a little longer, then headed down towards the cafe. Oh, look at that. It's the Hakkafe. It's so purple. Oh, look at the little Hakitas in the back, too. Sorry, I was moving my microphone because I wanted to lean back a little bit. Oh, my neck is still killing me. Despite the line of customers, Hakka greeted Shinri from the kitchen counter and waved him over. Shinri, good timing. Mind giving me a quick hand? He obediently went into the kitchen, and after washing his hands, Hakka handed him a spatula. Here, man the stoves for a minute while some of my Hakitas fetch more ingredients. Am I at least getting paid for this? Ooh. Sorry for yawning, chat. Shinri joked as he carefully poured some oil onto the skillet. Naga gave him a cheerful retort. Yeah, with my trust. You're the only guild member I would ask to do this. Wait, you don't want Axel's Burgers as a menu special? Oh my god, I remember that. Who remembers the raw, uncooked insides? Hakka made a face. Do you want all our customers getting tapeworms? The exorcist grabbed the chopping board and some vegetables. Anyway, what are you in the area for? Normally don't see you around here. Through the chopping, Shinri explained the villager's request and his encounter with the Naga. Hakka looked thoughtful as he dumped a load of vegetables into a mixing bowl. corruption curse, huh? I've dealt with a few as an exorcist, so I think I can help a bit. Shinri deemed the dish ready and carefully portioned it, nodding as Hakito finished plating it before carrying it to the serving counter. Another Hakito made shooting motions, so Shinri obediently surrendered his spot at the stove. Oh, cute. You mean you can help remove the curse? The exorcist gave him a wry smile. Of course, you'd want to help a Naga. It's kind of typical for you when I think about it. I'm not that predictable, am I? Haka smirked but didn't answer. Instead, he went to the back office and rummaged in the cabinet, Shinri trailing behind. It looks like I got most of what I need, but I'm missing a key ingredient. With that kind of curse, I'm going to need some corruption beast claw. Seeing the question on Shinri's face, Haka shrugged. It's just exorcism things. Don't worry too much about it. Anyway, I'm gonna be busy for a little while longer with the High Cafe. So looks like you get to go get the. Looks like you get to go find the ingredient yourself. Come back when you found what I need, then I'll handle the rest. What's going on outside? Oop. Shinri thanked Haka and bid him goodbye. It looked like it was time to go shopping. Can you hear the cars in the background? At this hour? Yeah. Fresh from a hot cup of coffee at the guild hall, Shinri walked to the general store. Surely the shop wouldn't have a corruption beast claw, but then the general store always seemed to have exactly what he needed. Gotta talk to the mannequin a bit more. Did not respond. Did not respond. Did not respond. Remained still, did not respond. There's gotta be, we're gonna get it to talk one day. Okay, fine. One more time? No. Okay. Maybe it just is a mannequin. Shinri sighed and got to work searching the store. After about 20 minutes, he thought he spotted something in the dusty corner of curios. Sure enough, it was the corruption beast claw he sought. Where did they even get one of these, anyway? Shinri walked to the register and nodded gingerly at the mannequin, then lifted the bag of coins and headed out the shop. Still queasy from the teleportation circle, Shinri stopped in the village for a brief respite. Sitting on the low stone wall, his gaze drifted until something caught his attention. A mass of tall grass hid a stone about 3 feet tall, roughly hewn but clearly man-made. Curious, he pushed aside the greenery obscuring the object. Happy birthday, Shinri. Thank you. My birthday was actually last week, but we were going through birthday projects. Yeah. I feel like I need more coffee, but I don't want to drink coffee at like 11. Ugh. It was a stone carving, its features weather-worn and barely recognizable, but if he squinted, he could make out a serpent's tail. Pulling away the overgrowth and brushing off dirt, he eventually revealed a rough depiction of a Naga. It had a spear in hand, a weapon pointed towards one side of the stone. At its back were small human figures, sheltered by the giant leaves of the forest. Shinri followed the direction of the spear, circling the stone. The other side had an entirely different image, a giant snake, its fangs bared menacingly. A red stone has been set into its eyes and glinted ominously in the slowly setting sun. Writing had once been set into it, but had been blurred beyond recognition. A polite voice called to him from the road. "Excuse me, you should probably be careful with that." Shinri glanced up and saw a young man who was returning home from work in the forest, deeply tanned from days in the sun. He wore a wide-brimmed hat and a rough hatchet was strapped to his belt. He lowered the large canvas bag that had been slung over his shoulder. Are you a visitor? Kind of. Your village sent a request to Guild Tempest, and I'm here to follow up on it. Shinri dusted off his hands and came back towards the path. What's the story behind the stone? It was a tribute to our village guardian, at least according to my grandfather. Once, a Naga slithered through this forest, as well as a giant snake. The Naga protected us from the snake, but they both disappeared over a century ago. Disappeared? The man nodded. Without a trace? The elders believed that because the snake disappeared, the Naga was also able to rest. So, out of respect, we traditionally leave its altars alone, so that they may peacefully return to nature as we pray the Naga did. Shinri had to take a moment to process the story. Wait, what? You said it protected you from the snake? Yeah. Yes, you probably saw it. The giant snake on the back of the stone. According to my grandfather, our ancestors lived in fear of it, but the Naga's appearance always drove it away, or so he says. The young man shrugged. To be honest, most of us consider it an old story to scare the little ones, perhaps a tradition that's been warped with time. But we should still try to respect the old ways, so we leave the altars alone. Ah, I see. Thank you for the information. He nodded and hefted his bag again. Do you need a place to stay the night? No, I'm okay. I have somewhere to be. Thank you for offering, though. I would advise you not to go into the forest at night, but you have the look of someone who knows what they're doing. The man gave him a friendly wave. Please be careful. Thanks. I will. The hut cafe was quiet when Shinri returned. Despite the closed sign, Hakitos are still cleaning up and transporting boxes of produce. At his knock on the door, Haka poked his head out from behind the wall. Shinri could see through the window and waved him in. You got the goods? Oh. Oh, that was weird. Haka's tone was conspiratorial, and he had a twinkle in his eye. Yeah, I got them. You got the, cash? Haka burst into laughter. Nice try, dude. Come on, hand it over. Shinri obediently unwrapped the linen cloth to reveal the corruption beast claw. Haka examined it briefly and then took it with a satisfied nod. Good, this'll do. I've already prepped the other stuff, so give me a minute. This won't take long, just wait here. Haka headed into his office and pulled aside a heavy, dark purple curtain that Shinri hadn't noticed before. He caught a glimpse of faint glowing rune and a dark shadow at its center, but the curtain dropped back into place before he could see anything else. He heard Haka murmur for a brief moment to himself, then footsteps, followed by an odd silence. What? What are they doing? Shinri jumped at the loud squawk. What the? Haka emerged from the back room with a satisfied grin. Perfect. Here you go. He handed Shinri a filled, sealed vial. The liquid inside was like a colorless moon, and when he held it up to the light, shimmers of obsidian and velvety purple coiled in its depths. As he carefully tucked the vial away, something caught his eye. Is that a purple feather? Haka brushed his sleeve and a feather dropped to the ground. Oh, thanks. I didn't notice it landed on me. Anyways, pour the vial out over the Naga's wound and the curse will be removed. Shinri wanted to ask, but at the same time, he felt like he didn't want to know. Alright. Thanks for your help. No problem. Consider it as payment for your kitchen help earlier. Don't forget, if you ever need help, call Bansuin Haka, the cutest and coolest exorcist of Zenokuni. With a broad wink and a wave, Haka bid the Ronin goodbye. Hakito juice. Essence of Hakito. The Naga was exactly as he had left, coiled upon the riverbank, safely hidden from prying eyes in the forest depths. Whatever powers the Naga had apparently protected it from the forest creatures. Whatever powers the Naga had apparently protected it from the forest creatures, because it was still strangely quiet. Perhaps the forest recognized Sarpalata as its protector. Thou hath returned with haste. Did you manage to get some rest? Vitality returns to me, though my duties must evade me still. Thankless villagers have stirred some beast within the forest. Had I but the strength, I would warn them of the dangers they near awakened, but the trouble they have caused me by their uncouth recklessness. The dangers? But the only danger the quest is described was you. Well, the snake that the villagers didn't know was you. He added the last hastily when Sarpalata looked at him with a hint of reproach. Ignorance seems to be more the common state of your kin. To guard this river is my duty, and as such, I keep aware of all that could harm those who dwell within. And even if my kin chase me away, I remain duty-bound to protect them, even from such strange dangers as the one that gave me the cursed wound. Hold on, I thought you said you got the wound from when the villagers chased you away. Nay, I say that though thine assumption be crude, it is not the least incorrect. I was chased away, and I was wounded, but the source of the chase and the wound be not the same. A grievous wound you behold was not dealt by your fellow man, but a cursed beast. Know you what a tarantula be? Yes. Place in thy imagining one of sickly mottled leaves, and enlarged to the size akin to a deer or a boar, and upon each leg an obsidian claw. Shinri shuddered. Aye, that was more frightening than fierce. Sarpalata sounded proud of himself as he spoke. I fought as a serpent. My tail was enough to smite it, curled and dead. But heavy was the price. A claw had pierced me deep without my ken, and I knew not until it burned with cursed anger at my attempt to shoot form. Shinri looked over the wound again. Yeah, I thought it didn't look like a cut from any kind of human weapon when I first saw it. That alone probably absolves you from any wrong that the villagers say you feel. But it doesn't explain why you never tried to speak to the villagers before the incident, even as a Naga. Sarpalata's snapped response made Shinri inch back in surprise. My words be wasted upon interlopers such as they. One might have granted forgiveness when they set upon the forest with axe and saw to erect shelters for their frail farms. Yet once they began to cast line and net into my domain, I ascertained that time was nigh for me to speak to them. Shinri interrupted, hoping to spare himself from another convoluted exposition. So you went up to them and they attacked you. Oh, wait, did I skip one? Oh. One may have granted forgiveness, but they set upon the force with axe to erect shelter. Oh. No. Okay, I thought we might have skipped something. So you went up to them and they attacked you. Nay. Oh, wait, why are you so cute now? Oh, why is small? Sarpalata burst out his response. Distressed, he writhed violently in the mud, forcing Shinri to duck as a huge glob sailed overhead. 'Twas they who ran. Like minnows from a splash, they shied away screaming, as if the world had ended. Monster, they cried. Demon, they wailed. 'Twas as though my natural form were as hideous as a catfish. All denizens of the waterways accorded the Naga body with reverence and awe, but they... Shinri burst out laughing at the absurdity of it all. It was finally clear to him what happened to Serpalata. He'd been completely embarrassed. As an ancient race, the Naga were clearly proud of his half-man, half-snake body, and the other creatures had treated him with respect. But since the villagers had run away from him and chased him away on 2 separate occasions, Serpalata's confidence had been shattered. Oh, and certainly his pride had been severely wounded. In fact, Shinri wondered if the villagers could have wounded him any more than they had at the moment. Wait a minute. Shinri's laughter died out. Something in Serpalata's story didn't add up. What did the villagers do when Serpalata first appeared in Naga form? I wonder. Chased him away? That wasn't the first thing. Ran away screaming? Oh yeah, we should save. I think since we have seen like the little sigils and the artwork that they had created, it's probably worshipping. Because we didn't see one of the locals talking about how their dad said that the serpent, the Naga saved them, right? So probably worshipped him at the very beginning. And then something else must have happened. No, it wasn't that. What did the villagers do when Serpalata first appeared in Naga form? Ran away, right? I guess that would be, yeah, that'd be the first one. And then it was only afterwards that they did the saving? That's right. They ran away screaming. What happened when the washerwoman ran into him in snake form? Oh no, my brain's not working. It's too hot, chat. What happened? They ran. More running away. No, it wasn't that. Chased them away? I don't remember, chat. My brain has been on autopilot reading the thing. Chased him away. They told me that they chased him away. What was the legend they'd learned in the village? Elysium doesn't refer to this place. The word Elysium doesn't refer to this place alone. The village was turned to stone by the Naga. No, it was the Naga protected the village from the snake. Serpalata showed up in his Naga form and the villagers ran from him. But when we first met, we had run into the washerwoman as a serpent and had been chased off by the guards. Serpalata showed up in his Naga form and the villagers ran from him. But when we first met, he had run into the washerwoman as a serpent and had been chased off by the guards. And finally, there was that tarantula corruption beast that wounded him when he fought it off. But the villagers have altars in which he's clearly defending them from the snakefin while in his half-man, half-serpent form. The corruption beast was the farthest thing possible from a snake. Those altars were ancient though, probably a century or two ago. Could the villagers have made up a mistaken legend that the Naga and the snake were different beings? Serpalata? Hast thou satisfied thy mirth? Serpalata replied crossly, clearly taken aback by the rodent's laughter. Shinri waved a hand. I'll apologize later. This is very important. How much time passed between your visit to the village in your natural Naga form, then being stepped on by the washerwoman in your snake form? Serpalata's tongue flickered with uncertainty. By my troth, I know not. Thy race measures time far quicker than mine, for certain. Shinri rubbed his temples. Could you at least guess? I'd tell you my age for reference, but I'm contractually obligated to never disclose that information. What? What are you talking about, Chad? I'm 30, season 3 now. The snake lifted its head and thought. Perhaps then 4 shed cycles, perhaps 100 man-years. The revelation floored Shinri. You're telling me that you never tried to contact them for an entire century after they ran from you. No wonder they chased you away. With that traditional legend about you in their heads. Legend? I have heard of no such talk. Having finally figured out what had gone wrong, Shinri retold the myth that he'd heard from the men in the village. So, as you can see, they somehow made you two out to be separate beings, one that protects and one that harms. Shinri mused aloud as explained. It's interesting if you think about it. Even if you scared the first ever people to settle in the area, they still came to revere you as a guardian against something they believed to be an even greater evil. Shinri could somehow tell that Sarpalata was stunned by the revelation. The snake shifted uncomfortably, and he noticed the glowing curse wound flaring up again. He decided it would be a good time to try and help fix matters. So, since you're not a threat, and you've in fact dealt with an actual threat to the village, Shinri fished out the potion the Haka had made for him. Allow me to help you out in return. Pulling out the stopper, Shinri leaned forward and poured out the vial's contents, straight onto Sarpalata's wound. The curse took on an iridescent shimmer, then enveloped the snake's body. Ah. They're people. They're people now. Shinri stepped back as the glow began to expand from halfway up the snake's length, forming a lean, muscled upper body of a man with tan skin and long hair. I feel like this hairstyle is getting very similar. I'm seeing this hairstyle a lot now. I wonder where this like pulled back hair with the ponytail and front side bangs comes from. Everyone's got this now. First Gibby, and now Sarpalata. It's a cool hairstyle. Everyone's getting it though. Unfortunately for the Naga, he transformed face down in the mud. The Naga's arm flailed, and Shinri realized that Sarpalata couldn't breathe. He rushed over to pull him up from the mud, and Sarpalata promptly turned tail and dove into the river. Shinri stared at the rippling surface, wondering if he just screwed up. Just as Shinri had finished making his apology speech to the villagers, however, the Naga resurfaced, mud-free and glistening. Shaking his hair, the Naga slid up the riverbank where he'd been laying down just a few minutes ago. Sarpalata question mark? Man, thanks for all that, Jasuji Shinri. The Naga spoke cheerfully, swinging his arms and rotating his shoulders. You hadn't popped in? Dude, I've been totally doomed, man. Shinri folded his arms across his chest. Oi. Are you Sarpalata? The Naga continued his exercise, twisting left and right with his arms akimbo. Sarpalata is my name. Guarding rivers is my game, brother. What's with this accent? What's with this personality? Don't mess with me. What happened with all the thee and thou and prithee that you've been going on with all this time? Sarpalata laughed. Yeah, about that. See, we now gotta guard a lot of rivers, dudes, and learning their talk and stuff is hard. So the old Naga magic man made up a totally rad translation spell that makes us talk formal when snakes, but chillax, but no, chillax? What? Who says that anymore, chat? Who says chillaxed? Oh my god. Oh my god. He's my people. My people. Seeing the doubt in his face, the Naga slid towards him and reached out. He's stuck in the 90s. Here, give me your hand. I got something for you. Before he could say anything, the Naga had already grabbed his hand. Magic flowed, and After a moment, he let go. Shinri looked down to find an amulet nestled in his palm. It was heavy, gold, ornately crafted, with a strange jewel set in its center. Looking closer, he saw that the jewel wasn't actually a gem, but some sort of iridescent surface that shimmered brightly in the sun, protected by a layer of clear glass. He gave me his egg. I think it's egg. I don't know. It looks like snakeskin. Is this snakeskin? That's what I said. Got it in one, buddy. There's straight from the first shedding of yours truly, with some good old magic to boot. Pick me anytime. Now do you believe me? I suppose so. So all this time you could talk normally? Imagine giving you his molt. I gave you my molt. Please respond. Well then, I suppose you should have no trouble explaining things to the villagers yourself. Shinri gathered himself, still a little miffed at the change in speech. Now come along, let's get things cleared up. Shinri turned and headed back to the dirt road towards the village, but then stopped when he realized Sarpalata wasn't following. Turning back, he found the Naga standing just where he'd left him, staring at the mud. Sarpalata? Bro, what do I say? The Ronin opened his mouth to chide the Naga for not trying to think, but shut it again when an idea occurred to him. Actually, maybe you don't have to. Sarpalata scratched his head. But you're right about the apologizing and stuff, though. Must have killed a lot of vibes over the deck. Do I have to talk? Do I need to talk? Is he gonna talk like that, like a surfer dude? But you're right about apologizing and stuff, though. Must have killed a lot of vibes over the decades. That's exactly it, though. The villagers had never seen your Naga form, right? Yeah. But they had seen your snake form. Remember what the legend said? The Naga protected the village from the snake. Exactly. But since you never showed up in your Naga form, the villagers must have made the story up on their own and just passed it down as a legend. Sarpalata frowned. No comprendo, amigo. Shinri explained patiently. It helps because if you really have no idea how to talk to them now, all you have to do is just let yourself be seen from afar. Remember, the legend also said that the Naga appears to drive away the snake, so they see you in Naga form the next few days and don't see your snake form again after that. Sarpalata finished it for him, a gleam in his eyes. Then they'd totally be hoodwinked and think I did him. Then they'd be totally hoodwinked and think I did him a solid. Shinri snapped his fingers. He said 10 until he spoke. I'm so sorry. He was a 10, but he opens his mouth. See, I knew you'd get it. You gonna ride that road with me though, right, my dude? Shinri shook his head. I got more work waiting for me at the guild hall, so the sooner I get back, the better. Oh. Sarpalata looked crestfallen at the prospect of having to comfort the villagers himself. Feeling a bit guilty, Shinri relented. Well, alright. Can stick around for a little while, and it wouldn't hurt to give you some advice. We'll need a better place to meet, though. It's tiring standing here and talking this kind of weather for too long. The Naga's eyes brightened at the prospect. Nya. What? Naish? What is that word? Naish? Chat, what are you making me read? Is it nice? Is he saying nice, but in a really thick accent? Nice. Got myself a little mojo dojo casa cave down by the river. It's nice and cool. And the glowing lichen and moss-covered rocks are... Nope. Shinri cut in firmly. If you're gonna learn how to talk to people, you might as well start by chatting with some other humans that aren't me. And there's one place that'll probably work for that. Shinri walked towards a familiar incline of a dirt path again, and this time the Naga followed. For real, bro? You'll see, so just over this hill. Floating on a river, a nice little place. I think the owner's a little bit off his rocker though. You should probably thank him too, now that I think about it. And so man and Naga left the riverbank behind them, the conversation echoing off the trees and across the river. Aww. This I can't keep up the surfer dude accent. Chapter 7. Let's go. Several days after his last mission, Shinri was having a lazy morning with his coffee when he heard something being pushed under his door. Curious but cautious, he slowly finished his current cup of coffee, then went over to the door. What a nostalgic looking envelope. Shima could clearly remember his previous envelope adventure reading, "If monsters, why cute?" Shinri eagerly opened the envelope to be met with an invitation to a party at Silkie's garden, set for a few days hence. Aww. Cute. How surprising. How lovely. What should he do? What should he wear? Shinri paused in his thoughts to relax a few moments. The village must be doing well if there was going to be a party in Silkie's house. Shinri felt proud that he'd been able to help both the town and the Silkie. This is what doing good work was all about. As for what to wear, he should probably just come as himself. That made the most sense. He blushed a bit when he thought about the Silkie calling him an exhibitionist. Still, he could hardly wait for the party. Yeah, a shirt. What should I wear? Anything. A shirt. Shinri arrived at the party promptly on time. As he looked around, he saw a variety of happy party decorations. Okay, can I say something though? Real quick though. Like, when everyone's like, oh, we're gonna have a kickback at like 8:30 p.m. I show up at 8:30 p.m. Okay? I've never understood this, but like, back in Rodent Academy, my friends and I would be like, oh, we're gonna have a kickback at so-and-so's place, and we're meeting at 8. And I'm like, alright, cool, right? And I show up at 8, and they're like, why are you here so early, man? It's because you said we'd be meeting at 8, right? And they're like, no, dude, the party starts at 9. And then like, all right, cool, fine. Like, I'm just gonna go out and I'll come back at 9, right? And then we come back at 9. There's still no one there, and nothing has been prepared. So I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like, am I just like super early or something? And like, nah, we're starting at 10, right? And then the same thing happens again at 10, right? But then like by that point, someone else has shown up, and he's like, oh, hey, Shinri, you're early. And like, I've been waiting for like 2 hours. What's going on? It's like, oh, it's Rodent Academy. You know, you don't know, but when someone says they show up, like the party's at 8, you actually have to show up at midnight. Maybe like 12:30, 1 a.m. if you really want to push it, because you want that attention on you, right? And it's like, what? Like, showing up at 11 apparently is early if for a party at 8, and then like the popular people will show up at midnight, and it's like, what the heck? Like, what? Why? And they were like, oh yeah, because if you're at a party, you want everyone else to be there, so when you walk in the room, everyone sees what you're wearing. And I'm like, what? Why? What? Does anyone really care that much? Like, I never understood it, because I'm just like, but I don't care what most people think what I look like. I dress for comfort. Like, it's, oh my god. So like, when, after the first year of Ronin Academy, like when I got my own like tight-knit friend group, whenever we were like, we're gonna meet up at 6 and we're gonna play games until midnight, we all knew, like, all right, cool. We showed up at 5:30, set up the PCs, got the LAN working, and then we played and partied until midnight, you know, playing like Civilization or something like that, right? But like, you gotta be able to make kickbacks and hangouts with friends and people you trust, because I don't know, normies? That's so weird. Who does that? Why do you say a party starts at 9 and show up at 1 a.m. and then Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. But yeah, always show up on time. Start when you say you will, right? Exactly. There are balloons and streamers and a large banner saying, "Thanks, Shinri," hung in the front of the college. I would get so embarrassed if I saw that. I can't handle, like, that's a lot of attention. Like, if someone puts my name up there on a big banner, like, oh no, like, I want to hide away from that. It's too embarrassing. Oh, what is this? There was even a delicious looking cake. Wait, that's so cute. Oh my god. It actually looks like a giant top half of a takoyaki. Does it not look like a giant top half of a takoyaki because of like the This is so cute. Oh, this would be made of chocolate. This little candle for the fire. That's adorable. Oh, I want to try making a cake. Shinri was a little shy about all the attention. Oh my god, you guys. Am I this predictable? Am I this obvious? What? Oh my god. What the heck? What? Am I getting called out? Shinri was a little shy about all the attention the party seemed to give him. After all, he was just doing his job for Guild Tempest. Oh, it's Silkie. Oh, Shinri, I'm so glad you could make it. You're all talking and we hope to do something special for you. Shinri was quite surprised. All of whom? The village? He figured he'd been able to help, but this seemed maybe a bit much. What's up, my man? What? Shinri was quite shocked to hear that voice. Sarpalata, what brings you here? Wait, hold up. Well, dude, you know, got a letter and got to talking. Sounded just like, I don't know, a fun thing to do. Sorry, that's really bad. So here I am, bro. Sarpalata gave Shinri a big, meaty hug that went off to inspect the munchies. Wait, so I thought this was a village party. And if Sarpalata's here, who else is here? The Silkie just grinned happily and gestured around the garden. Ah, are they all here? Wait, are they all here? Oh. See, Silkie, I told you he'd be surprised. And Shinri, again, many thanks for your assistance. You seem like a kind man, but I had no idea how many people you'd helped. Bakunika took up their fan and began to dance. You really should go mingle with the guests, and I'll be sure to catch up with you some more later. Shinri steadied himself for a moment, and spotted Mothman having a drink under the cottage eaves. Mothman waved at Shinri and beckoned him over. He smiled at Shinri, his voice still quiet. It's so pleasant to come to a party. I'm glad you were able to make it. I thought you might still be quite busy. My village should be fine without me for a few days, but it is so rare to be invited to these events. I'm happy you're able to make it. Good luck with your village. I realized that the Mothman face kind of gives me like Kamen Rider vibes. I don't know if that's appropriate, but I remember like his arm having like really cool like patterns on it, and it gives me like a helmet vibes. It looks really cool. Shinri was highly impressed with all of his monster friends that had been able to come to the party, but how had they known to get together? After all, they lived in different areas, none particularly close to each other. Hey, hot stuff. Glad you made it. Shinri was a bit startled when Riordan's hand clamped on his shoulder. Maybe we could have a repeat of our last visit. Got a few new stories that'll scare the pants off you. Shinri laughed and gave Riordan a big grin. If only the host says it's okay. Wouldn't want to spook anyone that doesn't want to be scared. But how do you know about the party? Riordan chuckled and played it off. We have our ways. Shinri watched Riordan saunter off. He was still as mystified as ever.
Boo. Turns out the afterlife is just full of surprises. I thought you... And I did. But I still had one last regret. Not spending more time with you. So... Oh. I'm still not sure how to feel about this. She's alive! Asterisk. For certain definitions of live. Oh, give her a pat. Well, we have lots to catch up on. But first, let's enjoy the party. At that point in time, a bell rang out, and everyone looked towards the sound to see what the commotion was. Oh. Surprisingly, the shop mannequin stood squarely in the middle of the party. Shinri approached the mannequin cautiously. After all, it was a mannequin. It never moved or changed position. When Shinri reached the mannequin, he heard something drop by its base. It was a somewhat familiar-looking blue book, the one with the essay, "If monsters like cute." What was it doing here? Unless... Shinri opened the book and began to read. Hello, Josuiji. It is I, the mannequin of many hats, the writer of If Monsters Like You. Oh my god, are you serious? It is wonderful to see that you are here at my party. Yes, my party, for I contacted all the lovely monsters you've befriended. Thank you for coming, and thanks for always taking to heart the lessons I relayed in If Monsters Like You. Enjoy the party. Shinri politely put down the book and bowed toward the mannequin of many hats. Let's make this a party to remember. Aww. Aww. Many hats, but I only saw one. Thank you everyone for putting this together. The art, the music, the writing. This is really cute. Aww. Also, like the multiple callouts during the reading. Oh my god. Am I really that obvious? Like, obvious enough to the point where I'll comment on it, and then you guys will already have written things down months before. Oh my god. I bet you the writers are like, you know what? As soon as Shinri reads this, he's gonna comment out on this thing, and then we're gonna call him out. Aww. This is cute. Also, the music choices are nice. Only to the people paying attention, I met someone who still thought you were say-so. You can tell that there's like 4 different categories of people. There's like the kois who've been watching me the whole time, right? And then there's like people who only watched my debut and think, oh, it's a deep voice, like sussy daddy because his like tits are out all the time, right? And then there's like the people who only watched me because of that one clip from Subnautica where I was like, yeah, I don't do too much lewd content because like I don't find it entertaining to myself. It's not funny for me, you know? And like they based their entire personality off of that. And then there's like one more that's only seen clips of me but in like context of everyone else. And it's predominantly like battle. So like we'll only see clips of me in like collabs, like the Rust collab, where I was driving the boat, and then like Battle Altair and who else was there? Was it Haka? Was like screaming in the car, like they're going on an adventure, and it's like, be strong, Shinri. Be strong for Tema Senpai. It's supposed to be a fun Rust experience. Do not crash the boat. Do not burn them all down. You know, like. Oh, you had to click. I was waiting for something to happen. I was like, is that the end? Oh, he's cute. Oh, now we get to do the fun part, chat. Let's go check out the gallery. Woo. Oh, there's my bow. Got my corkboard. Man, I need to get a bigger corkboard. I gotta get a really big. I gotta get a bigger corkboard. And this is really cute. Oh, the little koi fish clock. No, cabbage puppy and Puniko. Wait, is that the Tempest bag? Is that the Tempest bag? It looks like the bag that we put out as merchandise for Tempest. Yeah, bald Puniko. It's got the little spot where the hat was stuck on there. Oh my god, it does look like it, right? Okay, let's check out the others. Ooh. Can I like navigate with the arrow keys? No. Look at the detail. I wonder. I wish we could zoom in. There's no way to zoom in. I want to know what's inside these jars. Ooh. These are so cool. What are they? What are they, chat? I want to know. I've always wanted to have like these ropes with like herbs and stuff hanging around. Like I dream of specifically rustic cloves, like garlic cloves. I want like a thing hanging of just dried garlic cloves and like nothing else. But like just the idea of that is really nice in my head. Ooh, the glitching effect. Gasp. Like a cottagecore wizard. I like how there's two different ones. One's cottagecore and the other one's wizard core. The answer is yes. Oh, this is with the fog. It's hard to make them out. The pod. Oh, it's so big. House not fit for vampires, eh? Gonna see a pizza place. Ah, croissant. Croissant. Is that a turtle? This looks like a turtle. I think that's just a pastry, but it looked like a turtle at first glance. It looked like that's the body and then the head is over here. It looked really cute. And then, oh, the little doodles of the boys up here. Oh, cute. I wonder if the Hot Cafe does like those buy 10 or buy 9, get one free. I wish I could zoom in to read what this says over here on the left side. You know how like boba places have those like cards where you can like, you get stamps as you purchase them? And like as you get a certain amount, then like, if you fill out the card, you get like a free thing. Yeah, you buy 9. So you get 9 stamps and then the 10th one, it's free. Yeah. Man. The little Hakito. Oh. Oh, these are squishy. They look so squishy. They look so cute. Man. I missed Japan already, chat. I want to go back. Oh, the little vesties hiding in the corner here. They eep. Cute. I would say that like this is really clean. It's remarkably clean. I've never seen it this clean before. Stars do love the round and chunky friends. Yeah. Oh, this is so nice. I've always found that this is the problem though. It doesn't matter how good your curtains are. It like, there's always light that shines from the edges and you can't ever get rid of that. I want to get like a special curtain that has magnets along the edge. So when you close it, the magnets will clasp into like a I don't know, like a plank or something. I don't know, like a thing. Like it locks into place and it seals it shut so that there's no light that comes up on the outside, you know? I forget what the word is. Like there's like you can add like a little thing to it so the magnets can clasp onto it. Those exist? They do. So they don't technically exist for like the side. What they do is they have it for the bottom, and it's generally meant for bathtubs. And what they use is they use magnets to clasp the bath curtain down to like your metal pipe or your metal like either your tub, most tubs are porcelain, but like the sliding door tubs, right? The metal will just clasp onto that. So you just need to get those and then just put them on the side and then stick a piece of metal next to it. Yeah. Blackout curtains, but the blackout curtains are so thick. They're so thick and heavy. Ooh, more variations. Oh, I can see this. It's so pretty. Oh my god, I love the purple. I love the purple trees. That's so pretty, Chad. Oh, the little glowing mites. Oh. This must have been fun to make. What are these? Oh, magnes. The little magmite. Oh, you can't. Chat's blocking it, but there's like a little magmite diagram over here. I'm imagining it to be like the Vesuvian man. You know how Leonardo da Vinci drew that picture of like the man, with the Vesuvius man picture? It's like that, but it's like the magmite stretched out. The small village. The shading on the trees is nice. It gives me like a really nice comic booky feel. Look at that, like right here, the lines, the hatch lines. Oh, this is so good. The quest board. I'm surprised we don't have a quest board. Wouldn't it be cool if we had a quest board? I think it'd be pretty cool if we had a quest board. God, this is such a pretty house. Man. Now, if we could just replace these with solar panels, like we could put a lot of solar panels on the surface area right here. And then we install a home battery inside one of the rooms, right? And then this window is over here, this big window. Sun rises in the east and sets in the west. So this is probably facing the east, right? So east, north, east, south. So the main entrance faces south, west. So the sun's gonna go like across this way. Which means we need to add some more like skylights in here. So we like poke a couple of skylights at the top of the roofs. Yeah. Environmentally conscious cottagecore. Hey, we want to be cottagecore, but like we also don't want to pay too much money to like certain power companies that are known to just pocket all their profits and not actually support their infrastructure. Also, I know too many places where like this devastating wildfire that has caused 3,000 homes to evacuate and resulted in the burning of 17 million acres or whatever happened because of some power line that like sparked because they haven't updated it in like 80 years, right? Nah, we're using solar panels for that. And here's the thing, all you need is a trellis. You get a trellis, you grow some beans on there, and then you can use that to just hide the battery, right? So you have a big battery for your house, you just put the trellis in front of it. All the wires go through the trellis, so it like blends in with the vines. Perfect, right? You'll never notice it. Beans, yeah, get the little string beans and stuff. Also, because the battery is warm, it'll help keep the plants around it at a nice temperate temperature during the winter time. Yeah. You can utilize it for a lot of things. Man, it's a nice house. I wish I could own property. This is really cute. This is really cute. Oh. Man. What are you thinking for plumbing? A home like that would probably have its own septic tank. So you'd still need to call someone, waste management, to come and like empty out your septic tank like every month, every 2 months. depending on how big it is. But like, you can still do like at-home composting. It's just not going to be as it's not going to be as useful if you don't have like a family. Like one person does not produce enough waste to like make it really worth it. I've heard of so many horror stories of septic tanks. Yeah, that's why they're kind of outdated and not really used anymore. It's a very rudimentary thing. Yeah. It's a lot easier to use a septic tank and keep all the waste there than it is to try and install like miles and miles worth of plumbing in order to like collect waste and throw it away, especially if you're out there in the rural countryside. It's a lot easier if you're like in the city or like in the suburbs because like all that infrastructure is already built, but a house like that in the countryside will most likely have its own septic system. That seems really frequent, where live septic is only drained once or twice a year. Maybe it's just a really big septic tank that doesn't need to be filled. I don't know. It would depend on how much Taco Bell you order. You order one too many Taco Bells for the month and you gotta get that thing drained soon. Highly look at the companion book even off stream. That's right, we can look at the companion book now. Wait, is it accessible in the game? I don't think so, right? Wait, I have to go. I did not prepare for this, so I don't know if it's actually there. Let me see. Do I have the link again? No, I don't have it. Shinri, birthday, Weebly. Okay, let me see if I can get this up. All right, and I'm gonna. We'll do this live. Let's see if it breaks everything. It should just be the OBS thing. Yeah, you've just added a browser source. Oh, there it is. Oh, cute. There's the browser source chat. Okay, I'm gonna put the game away so that you can see it. Yeah. All right. And then right click interact. Oh wait, hold on. Whoa, I just skipped. Oh. Wait, can you see it? No, you can't see it. Oh no, wait, do I have to? It's not flipping for us. Oh no, do I have to manually I think I may have to manually flip it. Oh wait, no, there it goes, there it goes. Okay, there we go. Alright, yay. Wait, this is really cute. In If Monsters Buy Cute, Shinri discovers a slim volume slid under his door that encourages him, not that he needed much encouragement, to befriend monsters while on his Guild Tempest duties. Soon afterward, Shinri encounters Altair, who shows him the new Guild Tempest questboard, and Shinri's adventures and monster friendship start from there. This companion book covers many aspects of the game, from the script to the sprites and backgrounds and beyond. It may provide insight to the characters of the game, show you details you are unable to view, and just provide a good read-through of the game. Needless to say, the book is full of spoilers, so if you're interested in playing the game, we recommend going through the game first, then checking out the companion book. We thank you for supporting Shinri's endeavors. Aww. Thank you. Look at the art. It is Altair. Regis. Regis Altair. Cute. Noir Vesper. I'll leave you here then. Please remember to return everything as you found it. Young May. Oh, this is cute down here with the little chibi. Oh, Former student changed into Jiangxi after an unexpected fall. Young Wei prays in the town she has no longer recognizes. However, her life remains the same unchanging drag until a patient Ronin comes to town. Oh. Oh, it's the script. The whole thing is a script. Cute. Path 1. There's multiple paths? Oh my god, it's a whole thing. Whoa. Magni Desmond. Can you carry up a lamp 60 miles up the face of an uninhabited mountain? I love the little magmite here on the side as well. Mothman. Oh, the chibi is cute. The last remaining member of a tribe removed 700 years ago, the Mothman was cursed by his bitter tribe mates to only see future tragedies. His life changed when he decided to face his fate by acting to change his terrible visions. Ooh. A quiet voice, doomed to only see tragedy. That must be a pretty terrible power, though. Like, you can only see terrible things, and you can't do anything to stop it. Like, that's a pretty bad curse. The gladiator Axel Sirius, the little werewolf. Aww. Yeah, man. Altair was saying, like, you can talk to it since you're a dog, too. Man, do I look like a dog? I'm a person. Thank you, Puniko, for the tasteful censoring. Thankfully, the VOD will survive. I was not expecting that. Oh my god. After retirement, Riordan became a botanist. When dangerous flowers threatened animals and park visitors alike, he visited the ranger's office. Rebuffed by the officials, he decided to take matters into his own hands. I have no choice but to guard this section of the woods. Protects the woods and knows how to party. Heck yeah. I find that a lot of like environmentalists know how to party. Just in my own experience from meeting a few of them during Rona Academy. Because they seem pretty quiet and chill, but then like Friday night rolls around and you're like, oh my god, you guys go hard. It's the Jester Gavis Battle. Yeah, who came up with that one? Some idiot? Some dumb idiot moron? The Jester and Secretary. Secretary in name only. In name only. Phantom does the actual number work. Silkie. Oh, I don't know why, but this image here. Hang on, can I zoom in? This image here. Silkie is so cute. Like, oh my god. Like the thorns coming out and everything. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. Time slips by mortal fingers, but it is simply an endless river that forthright strikes who keep her home. Her loneliness is lifted when a soft paw wakes her up from a long sleep as the bright light filters into the garden. Oh, little chibi. Cute. Adorable. I love the fact that the flowers also change color. Cute. I just noticed these little ghosts too. Just, oh. Oh, there's one over here. This one's hiding. Machina X Flayon. That was so scary. Oh my gosh. Let's do it again. It's the boy. He's the baby. Hakusho was originally a cat raised by the old gravedigger and his found family. As a Vakineko, they now try to protect the graveyard from cruel, greedy townsfolk. When a flood disrupts the graveyard, they find a sympathetic friend. Oh, cute. What is that? It's like a bag of candy? Or like snacks? Hell yeah! Thank you so much for re-upping the membership, Okwedi. Oh, it's cookies! Oh, Happy belated birthday, Shinri. An amazing Jeff for everyone in the game. It's incredible. Yeah. So much work. So much effort. Look at all the art in this story. So good. Thank you. Cookies. I want some cookies now. It's Haka. Corruption curse, huh? I'll double the few as an exorcist, so I think I can help a bit. Oh, man. I'm pretty sure like the boys could probably use some of their own sprites as like gifts. You know how like when we're doing collab we have like the little talking gifts, right? Like I think that'd be kind of cool to see them use it. Sarpalata. Being a guardian of the rainforest isn't all that bad for Sarpalata, except when the washerwoman interrupted sleep, and he was chased out of the village, and when he was misrepresented as actually maybe he needs some support after all. I am not an eggy snake. I'm a Naga. Personality as varied as his forms or his speech. It could be that one thing because I see a lot of people talking about this. When you speak one language, but then you speak to another language and you change and you code switch to another language. This is like most common apparently in like Japanese. If you like speak in Japanese, it's like very high, very polite, especially in like a business setting. It's like super formal. But then like the moment they code switch to American, like their voice drops several octaves and like their speech just becomes so casual. It's amazing. I love that. I'm really impressed at people who can code switch like that. That's so cool. Oh, who's that guy? I wonder who that guy is. How did someone know to send me this wonderful book? Could monsters be our friends? Could monsters be cute? Oh. Ooh. Oh, this is so cool. It's getting close. The bag of coins. The koi fan. Invitation. Coffee cup. Koi cake. Oh, so cute. Headphones. The mannequin of many hats. Only wears one. Many hats is too expensive. You gotta take us on our word for it. Envelope, magnite, corruption claw, parchment, megaphone, vial, green book, blue book, a carton of cream, churned by the light of the moon, packaged in a conveniently magical carton that keeps it chilled. Naga amulet, photo frame. Aww. Wearable sketch, stuffed cat, Altair's bag, wolf fang note, white fan, paper talisman. You guys put so much work into this. Oh my god. Side characters. Kitten. Oh, soft. Park official. Thank you for all your hard work. I'll let the board know. Chief Imai Hana. Pretty. The pattern. Oh my god, the pattern on the outfit. Guard captain. Yeah. I don't know. I don't have anything to say. She's hot. Just hot. Yeah. Can I? Oh, I can't. I don't know if I can swap. Oh, I have to like zoom out. What? Zoom out. There we go. Backgrounds. Library always seemed to be protected by a wall of calm. Quite center of a storm that wasn't the guild. These little variations are so cool. Ooh. Rainforest, cemetery. Wow. I like how you guys have so many variations here. Like these, the village town background popped up a bunch of times at different times of dates. And then the cottage one too. Man. And then the credits. You've seen these credits before at the end of the game. Yeah. Oh. They do look like all the same credits. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for putting this together. Digital Scratch, thank you for the 11 months, Okwedi. Thanks to you, Shinri. I did the sprites for Altair, the mannequin, and some NPCs. Everyone worked hard on this, and it's wonderful to see you enjoy it. It was great. I really enjoyed it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for putting this together. It's a lot of work. It's insane. I can't believe you guys put together like a second whole visual novel with all these sprites and items and everything. Oh my god. I'm glad I was able to go through it all though. Thank you, everybody. Man. Alright, chat. I think we're gonna have to go and call it here. It's almost midnight. I apologize that the meeting in the middle of the stream went on for 2 hours and like 15 minutes. It went on a lot longer than we expected it to be. But thank you everyone for putting this together. And thank you for all the call outs in the story. Sometimes I get scared, like, hey, dude, like, do I need therapy? No, I can just talk to chat and chat will psychoanalyze me down to like the T. Like, I know chat will do that. But thank you. Yeah. Alright, let me go ahead and see if anyone is streaming. I can send you on a little raid over to their channels. Man. Dalaran, thank you for the 6 months. Sorry for the surfer bro and the Scottish rogue. Hope you and the Koi Pennies enjoyed the game. Happy late birthday. Thank you. And no worries, it's just me. I'm not that great at accents, that's why. Yes, I am. Thank you for the 10 months. Okwedi. Am I late? Unfortunately, you are. We just wrapped up reading through the whole visual novel, If Monsters Were Cute. The link is pinned in both the description and as a pinned message in chat. So if you'd like to go access it yourself and download and go through the entire story on your own, feel free. The game should only take 2.5 hours. The only reason why it took me like 2 streams was because I was reading it all out loud. Beer, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Oh my goodness, thank you. Can we get some heart in chat? If you received a membership from Beer, please be sure to thank him. Thank you. It's been a while since we raided Tavi. Didn't we raid his... We raided his karaoke, right? Chat can be a distraction. You know what? Let's just send a raid to him again. He's playing Liza P. Part 6. And Exo's playing Elden Ring. Part 4. Gerard is screaming, as usual. We'll send you over to Octavio, who's currently playing Liza P. Part 6. As a warning, he has a spoiler alert, so if you have not played Liza P yet, there's that warning. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by. Yeah, no Gerard's 2 a.m. I think a lot of people, especially those who maybe fell asleep while waiting for me to come back from office, might be like out. So I'm gonna save you from Gerard this time, and we'll send you over to Octavio. All right, chat. Thank you all for stopping by. Outro time. Yeah. All right. Yes, yeah. Thank you for the super. I'm late. No. I'll watch. Just came back from the fireworks. Oh, I hope the fireworks are fun. I hope they were a lot of fun. Yeah, and the VODs will be up, so please do check those out. Alright, chat. Thank you all again for stopping by. Thank you so much for putting this together. The stories are really cute. Man, I still think it's hilarious how the very first person we found was like, I love you, and then dies for a second time and just completely vanishes. And it's like, really, chat, why you gotta like make my heart so doki doki and then rip it out of my chest in the same sentence? Why? Alright, chat. Real quick, membership stream for this week. I don't really know what I'm gonna do for it because I haven't had time to get anything set up. All my 3D stuff is still packed away. and I've just been really lazy about getting it all set up. So instead, what I think I'm doing is for the membership stream this week, we're just gonna go talk about like what to expect, like new goal setting, I guess, for Tempest Season 3 now that we're ending, or now that we're approaching the 2nd anniversary of Tempest as a whole. I want to do like a little goal setting stream and figure out where we want to go from here. So that's probably what the membership stream is going to be like. But otherwise, the schedule is out and we're going to be playing a whole bunch of games. Yeah. Thank you again, and I'll see you soon. Koyasumi.